Okay, let's give this another try. The April 18th, 2012 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note, some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation in public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up here. Cards are available online also in the city clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under the public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today who has a need for hearing impaired equipment, please again see the city clerk staff. If you are parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered the chambers, please exit to your right and then see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor James Rogers, Greater New Jerusalem Baptist Church, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for this invitation. Let us pray. Almost for Heavenly Father, we thank you as we are blessed with this health, strength, and will and our abilities together to meet today. Again, we ask that you give us and this council wisdom and compassion to make decisions that will strengthen and prosper our city and its citizens. Help us lead with an open mind and open heart. Father, we ask that you will bless all that we endeavor here today, and that we will cause us to be about the work of the business. Make this meeting to be cordial and considerate of all forethought, input, and opinions. We thank you now in advance for blessing this meeting as we ask you, as we depart from this place, but certainly never from your presence, that as you was with us in this meeting, that you will be with us in our individual endeavors as we depart from this place. Keep us prosperous, peaceful, and safe. Again, we thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Let me see.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks for patiently waiting, Reverend.
Okay, good morning again. Boy, you're closer up now. I can see all your faces because I have the wrong glasses. Is this on? Yes. Smiling, especially you students. Your whole life's ahead of you. This is a wonderful place to live, and you've chosen it, or at least your parents did. So this is a ceremonial portion of the agenda, and our first item, we're going to recognize the April Employee of the Month. And I can't find the sign. Where does the sign go? Where is it? Oh, I'm so sorry. I think we should have one for the Employee of the Month, too. I'd like to invite our Operations and Maintenance Director, Larry Hogness, to join us up here at the podium, please. He is the best. Good morning. Wherever I go in the city, there he is, and boy, does he keep our grounds and our fields so beautifully. I'm pleased and proud to announce that the April Employee of the Month this month is Ryan Roskins. Ryan, please join us up here. Where are you, Ryan? Ryan is a motor sweeper operator and has been with the city for 13 years. Handsome dude. I'm going to have you as my showman of the morning. Recently, Ryan rendered exemplary customer service to a citizen in need. On February 13th, Ryan was street sweeping in the Lakes neighborhood in Ward 2 when he noticed an elderly gentleman who seemed disoriented walking on the sidewalk. Ryan stopped his sweeper and engaged the man in conversation to see if he needed any assistance. The gentleman was confused, but Ryan was able to get his name. Ryan called his home and spoke with his wife. He had her run a search on the gentleman's name to see if she could find a nearby address. She found one a couple of blocks away, and Ryan convinced the gentleman to stay where he was until he returned. Ryan went to that address and found the man's son, who was extremely relieved that his father had been found. The son was able to get his father home, and that's all thanks to Ryan. Later that day, Ryan's supervisor received a call from the son who explained that his father did indeed have medical concerns. The son expressed his deep appreciation that Ryan had taken the time to assist his father and ensure that he was reunited safely with his family. The city of Las Vegas is privileged and indeed honored to have such a dedicated and caring employee as this gentleman to my right. On behalf of the entire City Council, it's a pleasure to name Ryan the April 2012 Employee of the Month. See the smiles, all the smiles. Along with the certificate, Ryan has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union, and a donation of $100 will be made to the charity of his choice by Super Pawn. I would like to ask Larry Hogness to say a few words, and then, of course, we'll hear from this handsome dude. Not that you aren't handsome, too.
Thank you, Mayor. Number one, thank the Mayor and the members of the Council and the City Manager for providing this program. It's a great way to acknowledge some of our great employees like Ryan, and Ryan truly is a great employee. He's went above and beyond the job description in providing excellent service to our citizens, and that's what we're all about here at the City. So congratulations, Ryan.
Okay. And then before you get to make your comments, give you more breathing time. Breathe deeply. Employee of the Month, April 2012, Ryan Roskins has exhibited outstanding performance through productivity, leadership, initiative, or assistance to fellow employees and the citizen of Las Vegas. And this is signed by our staff, and as mayor, on behalf of City Council, we congratulate you. Please keep that always where your family can enjoy it as well.
Thank you.
Now it's yours.
Because there are so many gallant men and women serving in our armed forces, it is impossible for me to feel deserving of any award. Instead, I see this as a wonderful and gracious gift from my bosses, the city, and the Lord Jesus Christ. I would like to express my deepest thanks for this recognition. It's a very special moment for me. Thank you.
Wow. Beautifully said. Please let our council shake your hand. Ryan, please let all of our council thank you. You've done a great job here, please. For our next item, I'd like to ask our Planning Department Director, Flynn Fagg, to join us at the podium. Yay, Flynn. Boy, does he work hard. Gets everything done, and we always see him in the afternoons, and it's wonderful. You've had to come in early this morning for us. Oh, okay. On January 25th, the Planning Department commenced the second annual Citizens Academy of Planning. The program is a no-cost educational program designed to give community members an overview of the planning process. The classes met every Wednesday night over the course of the 10 weeks, and participants were taught by professionals from the City Planning Department. The Citizens Academy of Planning included a number of workshops on a variety of topics, including the history of planning, the permit process, historic preservation, website resources, and how this all impacts our community. The Academy provided several benefits to the attendees, including creating familiarity with the terms and concepts of planning and building surrounding the zoning and entitlement process. Classes were held at the Development Services Center, that wonderful building at I-95 333 Rancho Road, the new City Hall, where we're seated, and the historic Fifth Street School to better familiarize participants within our city with our city properties. A total of 25 citizens graduate today. I think almost all are here, and as I call your name, would you please rise where you are in the audience? Francisco Aguilar, Mike Brown Cestero, Josh Bowden, Chelsea Campbell, Laura Campbell, Thomas Carden, Connie Cook, Todd Farlow. Stand and stay there, for heaven's sake. Todd Farlow. My gosh, you live here. Minerva Gomez, sorry. Lon Grasmick, Tom Hartmans, Chris Lazaro, William Manker, Marvin Minushkin, Daryl Parker, A.J. Powell, Scott Rutledge, David Steinman, Lonnie P. Swaggerty, Maria Velasquez, Carla Wilson, Jana Wright, Antonia Yang, and Robert Yang. And Lloyd Zeal, I understand, had to depart. We were just a little lengthy this morning. We offer our congratulations to each one of you and all of you who dedicated the time to learn more about the planning process in our city. At this time, the classes elected. At this point, I think I'll just give it to you, Mr. Fagan. You will carry on from here for a spokesperson.
Thank you very much. Again, we just wanted to recognize the members who participated with us for 10 weeks every Wednesday night. And so we just wanted to recognize their devotion and their dedication to learning more about the planning processes and to becoming more involved in our community. I have asked Marvin Minushkin if he would just say a couple of words on behalf of the class members. Marvin?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, sir. Good morning, buddy. Good morning. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Good luck in your role. Good morning. And Lloyd had to head back to the American Red Cross, but let me just say in behalf of us, we appreciate what you do in this difficult economy to allow a class to give us citizens an opportunity to be more informed, take it back to friends and family, and we thank you for that. But we have one other thank you, as you heard, in terms of the depth of the course. People like Flynn Flagg and his staff, the people who made presentations who are your employees, you should be proud because they are professional, dedicated, and caring individuals. Our 10 weeks went very quickly. We thank you, and hopefully we get others to come into the program, be more knowledgeable, and say thank you to a great city that's second to none. Thank you.
You're hired. Communications, hire this man. Excellent. We do know we are as good as we are, and things have been moving so far forward because we have citizens who care, who want to be involved and learn, and beyond that because we have the best staff anybody and any community, any municipality has. We're proud of our people. We're proud of our staff. Mr. Fagg, we're exceptionally proud of this wonderful class you've had. Congratulations to all of you. And for our next item, Mayor Pro Tem Anthony is going to recognize the local winners of the Mayor's Cup tournament. Since most of the tournament play is in his ward, you lucky devil, you. Here you are.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my honor to recognize 4 Las Vegas teams that took their divisions in the Las Vegas Mayor's Soccer Cup. And I think this worked out pretty well for you two, because you got to learn more about how local government works, and you got out of a half a day of school. So I think it worked out okay. The Las Vegas Mayor's Soccer Cup is an outstanding partnership between the City of Las Vegas and the Downtown Soccer Club. It was created 13 years ago. This is its 13th year in existence, and GotSoccer.com ranks it as the #1 soccer tournament in the United States. That's what a big deal this is. In the fall is when we have the young kids. It's a huge tournament, but it's the younger kids. In February 17th through 20th is when we had our young adults, which are here this morning, and we had over 350 teams participate in this event over a 3-day period, coming from all across the United States, as well as teams from Mexico, Canada, and some European countries. Additionally, it's exciting that does include both our young kids as well as our young adults. And this is a huge weekend for the City of Las Vegas, both in October and February. It is huge because we bring in some of the best soccer players in the United States to compete with each other and to compete with our Las Vegas teams. But the economic impact it has is unbelievable. We have approximately 7,500 people that come into town. 30 soccer fields across the Las Vegas are used. 28 United States teams are represented, 8 countries. We have over 100 college coaches from across the United States come here to recruit these players to college teams. And there are over 10,000 rooms that are rented out. So people are renting rooms, they're renting cars, they're eating, they're drinking, not the kids, obviously, but the adults that come here. So it has a multi-million-dollar impact on our economy. So it's great because of that, but it's great because of the competition that we have. And the finals are held at Betty Wilson Soccer Complex, which happens to be in my ward, Ward 4, which is probably one of the best soccer facilities in the United States. And it's because of the City of Las Vegas that puts a lot of time and effort to make sure that is a great soccer field. So with that, I'd like to ask Danny Stone from the Downtown Soccer Club. Would you mind coming down here? Give him a nice round of applause. I also want to thank Mayor Goodman and Councilman Coffin for showing up that day and handing out awards on Sunday. I was there also, but it's nice to hand out the awards, and I appreciate them coming out. So what I'd like to do right now is I would like to announce the Las Vegas teams. There are 4 teams that won their divisions. 2 of them could show up this morning, 2 could not. So I'm going to announce the team. If you're here, I'm not sure which one's here, stand up. I'd like to have the coach come down. I've put together certificates for every single one of you, signed by the mayor, myself, and the entire city council, recognizing you for your efforts, your athletic efforts, your competitive efforts, and your teamwork efforts. So the first team, and I think they're here, is the girls under 15, Downtown Las Vegas Soccer Club 97 Gold, and their coach is Pedram Mahenpi. Go ahead and stand up, girls.
I'd just like to quickly thank the mayor and the council. I know the girls are very excited to be here. I know this is a day they'll never forget, and we really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coach. Okay, another team was the go ahead and sit down. Very good. The boys under 14, Las Vegas Sports Academy 98 Red, Coach Jeff Manthe. Are they here? Okay. The boys under 15, Las Vegas Sports Academy 97 Red, Coach Jeff Manthe. Okay, so this must be you. The boys under 16, Warriors Elite 96, Coach Luis Covarrubias. Is the coach here? Stand up. The coach is not here. All right, who's the captain? All right, captain, why don't you come on down here? I'm going to embarrass the heck out of you. Come on. Sure. All right, just you're the captain. Tell us your position and just say a couple of words. All right.
I'm a forward, and I just want to tell all you guys that you guys did great. That's it.
Here you go. Oh, here's your certificates. Okay, good. And I want to recognize the two people from the city of Las Vegas that are absolutely instrumental in making sure this is a success every year, and that's Lonnie Zimmerman and Sherry Alexander. Could you both stand up, please? Lonnie and Sherry, thanks. And Danny, would you wrap this up for us?
Thank you. Just first of all, thank you very much to the City of Las Vegas, to Mayor Goodman, and to the entire City Council for having us here this morning. We appreciate all of their support always, each and every year, for this fantastic event, which not only continues to grow in stature but also in reputation nationally and internationally. It is a fantastic event. I would like to reiterate also, please, my thanks to Sherry and to Lonnie, and also to Larry for the fantastic work that him and his staff do in maintaining world-class facilities alongside this world-class event. So again, we thank everybody for all your support, and we look forward to continuing to make this event a success in the future. Thank you very much. I have a gift actually for everybody with me as well. I forgot to mention that. This is a downtown Las Vegas soccer scarf that is here for every one of you on behalf of the club. So we thank you again. Thank you very much.
We'll be out there cheering you on next year, wearing the scarf no matter how hot it is, right, Mayor Pro Tem? And I love that accent. You may speak for us anytime. We all now can aspire to speaking the King's English properly. So, and thank you for the scarves. We love it. Congratulations. And to all, from everyone, anybody want a quick word? I do thank Roger Tabor, my neighbor, for the field that was just dedicated. Fred and Irene Tabor. The which park is that? Craig Park. And so that field looks fabulous. And we just dedicated it to the Tabors, which was wonderful. But thank you and congratulations. And for our next two items, Councilman Barlow will recognize someone who is representing our state as well as a group that's helping our local homeless population. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Today I have the honor and the privilege of recognizing a young lady who is doing some amazing things, not only in the state of Nevada, but on a national level as well. The Mrs. America pageant is a leading nationally televised competition for married women throughout the United States. This program highlights the contestants' personal accomplishments and service to their respective communities. This renowned competition is devoted to emphasizing that America's approximately 70 million married women are beautiful, poised, articulate, and versatile. Christy Gulia Jelinski competed against 9 other contestants in the Mrs. Nevada America Beauty competition and was crowned Mrs. Nevada America 2012 on Sunday, February 26, at the Suncoast Hotel showroom, and she will advance to compete by representing the state of Nevada in the National Mrs. America competition. Christy Gulia Jelinski is committed to making a difference by both encouraging and assisting Nevada youth to overcome the numerous obstacles and challenges in order to graduate from high school. To address this issue, Christy found the Rock of Hope Scholarship Foundation, which inspires students by awarding scholarships based on their career goals and their determination to succeed while overcoming obstacles. Positive role models are necessary in the Las Vegas community, and we are proud to have Christy setting examples and making a difference in the lives of our youth. We are proud of her accomplishments and wish her continued success as she moves forward toward future goals. And therefore, I would like to ask Mrs. Nevada, Christy, if you will please come forward, and let's give her a round of applause as she comes. That's what I want to know. The question is, who's the lucky husband? Come up here and stand with your bride so everyone knows that she's taken. It's okay you're in shorts. Come on forward. Mr. Jelinski, we want to let everyone know that, look at him, he's blushing. He want to make sure that she's taken. She is beautiful, Mr. Jelinski. She is beautiful. Thank you. Absolutely. I would like to say and thank our county recorder, Ms. Debbie Conway. Please come forward. Come on forward, Debbie. This is one of our elected officials, ladies and gentlemen, who works at the county and keeps everything straight as far as is concerned. Please come forward because Debbie was the one that contacted me and informed me of this great award. And so today I would like to present on behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council and proclaim this day, April 18, 2012, Christy Gulia Jelinski, Mrs. Nevada America Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations to you. And please share a few words.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And to the council, to Mayor Goodman, this is such an honor for me. Representing Nevada to the best of my ability. I grew up right here in Las Vegas, and seeing our educational system, our children not being encouraged and inspiring about graduating, it just breaks my heart. So it's definitely an opportunity for me to give back, to make a difference, and to try to bring some youth here at the council, and just to be able to shadow business professionals, to get encouraged and inspired about what you want to do when you graduate. And that's what I'm here for. It's my year of service to make a difference and to help raise graduation rates here in Nevada. It's my personal commitment. So I'm honored and wow, I'm just honored to be here today, and I'm so thankful that I have amazing people by my side to support me and really help our goals here in Nevada to help raise graduation rates and to watch kids become our next council, our next mayors, our next president. So definitely our youth are our future, and I'm just so proud and honored to be here today.
So what's the next step going forward for you?
Well, my next step is implementing an I Can Do Anything program, which our children can shadow various business professionals throughout the community and really get their wheels turning on what they'd like to do when they graduate. And that's what it's about. It's about encouraging our youth, really getting them excited about careers, excited about graduating, especially here in Nevada. You know, we have one of the highest graduation dropout rates. 21,000 students didn't graduate in 2011. So it's definitely time to make an impact, make a difference, and really implement this statewide.
Mrs. Nevada, what is it on the national level?
Oh, definitely on the national level. It's about time to implement this. I would love to go to Washington and really take this to national level, be able to implement this as a elective in a school system, especially with our high school seniors, so that way they are inspired. And hopefully bring home that crown for Nevada, be the first person to bring home a national title. So thank you.
You're so welcome. And I see that we have Miss Teen Nevada. What is that, Princess? Well, come forward. Share with us your name and your accomplishments moving forward.
Well, my name is Chelsea Williams, and as your Teen Nevada Princess 2012, I would like to inspire our youth to, like Christy, go to college and make something of yourself and just, I don't know, be a positive role model to all these kids. My platform is children with disabilities and underprivileged kids, so I work with the Boys and Girls Club of Las Vegas, and I also am working with St. Jude's Ranch. And thank you to Christy to always giving me opportunities to help with her charity and also work beside her and shadow her and hopefully one day become a woman just like her. No, I'm from New York. 3 years.
3 years. All right.
Yes.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so very much. 3 years from New York, and she's already given back to the city of Las Vegas. And you're from New York as well. Buffalo? Where are you from?
Down south.
She's from down south. Manhattan.
But I know Buffalo.
All right. So, Christy, if you'll come forward and receive your proclamation on behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you all so very much, and congratulations to you. Mr. Jelinski? All right, good to see you. Thank you.
Good choice. You're a lucky guy.
Thank you so very much. No, you're fine.
Good luck. Getting the honors program.
Absolutely.
Good. Nice to see you. Thank you for doing this. Oh, wait.
She want to get a picture with you, ma'am.
Come closer, everybody. Come closer.
Let's get one in with her.
Down now.
Can you see her behind the podium? That's not a good picture. Behind the podium.
Thank you.
Okay. Good luck to you. Thank you so very much. My next item is in 2009, the homeless census estimated that 13,338 individuals were homeless in Southern Nevada. In an effort to increase public awareness about the complex issues of homelessness and offer a convenient way to make contributions to help the homeless, the donation stations to End Homelessness meter program was launched in the spring of 2010. The concept of this program is to make use of recycled and refurbished parking meters by collecting donated spare change that is normally given to panhandlers and redirecting those donations into programs and services aimed at assisting those who are at risk of homelessness or those who are currently homeless in the city of Las Vegas. Other cities have embraced this concept and are utilizing donation station meters to assist those in need. Those cities would include Atlanta, Baltimore, Cleveland, Dallas, Denver, Little Rock, San Francisco, and Seattle. In the city of Las Vegas, we have painted our meters a vibrant green and customized them to differentiate our donation station meters from stakeholders. There we go, beautiful. And parking meters. Additionally, these meters have been installed in strategic downtown locations with significant foot traffic. To date, the city has 12 meters located throughout the city of Las Vegas, 10 meters located in downtown Las Vegas locations, and 2 placed in the city of Las Vegas community centers. In May of 2012, 2 additional meters will be installed at the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada's Bonneville Transit Center for a total of 14 meter locations throughout the city of Las Vegas. Over the past year, the program has expanded to include meter sponsorship opportunities for businesses, corporations, community organizations, families, and private citizens. The cost to sponsor a meter is $500 annually, includes a restored parking meter, installation, coin collection, and maintenance. 100% of all sponsorship funds and meter collections go directly to assisting those in need. Today, I would like to thank the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, the Theta Pi Lambda chapter, for sponsoring a donation station on behalf of the homeless in the city of Las Vegas. And so for that, I would like to ask that Mr. Ken Youngblood please come forward, Mr. Lacey Thomas come forward, and also our dear brother Peyton Cook to come forward as well. Let's give them a round of applause as they come. And I must add that on behalf of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, they are celebrating their 64th regional convention here in the city of Las Vegas. And every city that they go into, they reach out to see how they can give back to those communities that they host their conventions within, and also give back through community service. And this year they have chosen Las Vegas. The regional convention will start is it tomorrow? The regional convention will start tomorrow through Sunday. And so for that, they have purchased a donation station to give back to the city of Las Vegas. And also, as the brothers come in and out of the city of Las Vegas, they will, of course, go by and dump all your change into this slot machine to basically benefit those homeless individuals here in the city of Las Vegas. And so for that, I thank you for helping us to provide continued resources and assistance to those most in need here in the city of Las Vegas. Together we can make a difference and change the lives for the better, one donation at a time. And for more information for anyone out there viewing this show today or in the future, your company can be customized to fit the donation station, not only for advertisement purposes, but also for a great cause, and that's to end homelessness in the city of Las Vegas regionally. So for that, Ken, I want to say thank you and present you with your donation station. But before I give this 50-pound donation station to you, please share a few words on behalf of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated and the give back to the community through homelessness.
Thank you. Thank you for this honor, Councilman Barlow, and to the City Council and, of course, the Mayor. The purpose of this is, like I said, we're making a difference. That is the theme for our convention this year here in the Las Vegas Valley for our 64th Western Regional Convention, is to make a difference. And we're making a difference by using this donation station to help out the homeless and those in need in the city of Las Vegas. As we're going to be about 300 to 400 of us, of my fraternity members in town this weekend, our goal is, of course, try to load this thing up and bring it back full. So we want to continue to donate in any way possible to the city of Las Vegas and this great community. Thank you once again for this honor. We do appreciate it.
Thank you so very much. And so for that, you can give it to him. It's pretty heavy. And also on the front of it, it's pretty heavy. And also on the front of it, it reads, this donation station is an opportunity to use your spare change to make a change through transportation, shelter, and other essentials. And the sponsor is, of course, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Theta Pi Lambda Chapter. Thank you all so very much. Right.
Oh, right. Look at that.
Oh, the first donation. Thank you, Councilman. Here, let's turn around for a photo op because I'm pretty sure you want to put this up on your national page.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Please come forward. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
That's great. Thank you. Almost like being in church, or you could go up and down the rows if you want. Anybody who wants to put a quarter in, please raise your hand. Or anything smaller? Does it take nickels? Okay. Councilman Coffin put in the first quarter, so that's wonderful. Anybody else, they'll come right by you. Thank you. And for our final item this morning, I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Ross so he can recognize the Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights Month. All right.
Outdoor Bill of Rights Month, and I wanted to tie this in, Mayor and council members, and our wonderful city with the opening of the Floyd Lamb Park, Tule Springs environmental enhancement areas with our new trail system out there. We just couldn't quite coordinate it with that at the moment. And I can see I have with us, and I'm going to ask Mauricia Baca from the Outside Las Vegas Foundation to come forward and join me up here at the podium, as well as Caroline Avalon. You're with the Clark County School District. Come on up here with us as well. And now I'll start this this process off, then I'll turn it over to you, and you can talk about this a little more. It has been well documented over the past few years that children have become increasingly detached from outdoor activities and are less physically active. That means our children are in front of a television screen, a computer screen with a game console in their hand, or texting each other sitting next to each other. Am I correct? We all know that? Do you all remember when Mom would kick us out after doing our homework and say, go play and don't come back till the streetlights come on? Remember those days? Oh, you're too young for that. That's the translation of that. Some of the problems that have increased include the rates of childhood obesity and diabetes, poor development of social skills. Let me emphasize that. Poor development of social skills. We certainly see a weakness in our youth coming up. Higher occurrences of attention deficit disorder, poor classroom performance, and vitamin D deficiency, meaning they're not getting enough sunshine. Approximately 34% of Nevada children ages 10 to 17 are overweight or obese, and more than half, 54% of Nevada high school students do not meet recommended guidelines for physical activity. So what are we going to do about it? In January 2010, a group of agencies and organizations came together to propose a Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights as a tool to communicate the benefits of being outside and physically active. This Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights Alliance believes that children are healthier, happier, have better social skills, and do better in school when they're given the opportunities to play outside. I hope moms and dads at home are listening. The mission of the Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights is to encourage Nevada's children to participate in outdoor recreational activities, engage in lifelong learning adventures, and become stewards of our environment. Families can create an outdoor adventure in so many different ways. You can explore trails by walking, jogging, horseback riding, or riding a bike. You can go camping under the stars or go fishing, one of the things I like to do. You can discover nature. You can always discover Nevada's great heritage. You can take your family on a picnic in one of our fabulous city parks. You can go swimming, canoeing, or kayaking. We have Lake Mead and the Colorado River at our back door. You can play in the snow by skiing, sledding, or having a good old-fashioned snowball fight. We've got great areas to climb. We've got the great, wonderful Red Rock Conservation Area, Mount Charleston, Lee Canyon, or the Valley of Fire. And at this time, I'm going to turn the time over to Mauricia because she is passionate about being outdoors. And I want you to share your passion with all of us, so we all want to go outdoors. Mauricia.
Thanks so much, Councilman Ross. And thank you so much for being such a strong advocate. And the opening of Floyd Lamb, that area and the trails that have been put in there, it's such a significant thing for the city. Thank you. And thank you so much to the mayor and the other council members. Thank you so much for your support for children and for getting children outdoors. And I'd like to bring Caroline Avalon. She's a member of the Clark County School District. She's a registered nurse who works with the Clark County School District and has been such a passionate advocate as well. We have the alliance means that there are 30-plus members that are part of this alliance that have come together to advocate for this. We've got some young people here who certainly don't have trouble in terms of getting outside. You're all great soccer players. Unfortunately, a lot of other young people aren't getting out there. Part of it is that they just don't know where to go and their families don't know where to go. We've set up some mechanisms such as envyoutdoorkids.org that lets families come to one website to find a selection of things that they can do outdoors. We've come together to work together to get this information out because sometimes it can just be confusing to find out where to go. We have so many great resources, and the important thing is to link the public, to link families, to link children to these resources so that they can take advantage of these resources.
Talk about the great trail system that we've worked on collectively with the other municipalities.
Well, the city of Las Vegas, all on your own, you've got 60 miles of trails right there. Collectively, we have over 600 miles of trails in the Las Vegas Valley. That really puts us at the top of one of the best lists in the country. And it's time that people celebrated the fact that we are at the top of some of the best lists. We've really had some phenomenal accomplishments, some incredible investment in these resources. There's the trail resources, there are park resources. And there's commitments to extending this, to creating new links between these trails, to creating the Vegas Valley Rim Trail. The city's shown commitment by instituting an Adopt a Trail program. We had 400 volunteers out there in February working on trails to clean the city of Las Vegas trails and give a lift to trails. Who can't stand a little bit of a lift once in a while? So thank you so much to the council, to the mayor. Thank you so much, Councilman Ross. And thank you, Caroline, for the support from the Clark County School District and all the nurses that are working to support this effort.
Well, and with that, Mauricia, Caroline, I'd like you to talk about some of the challenges you're seeing in our own schools with our own students and not getting outside, not taking advantage of the great opportunities we have outside.
Well, a lot of transportation is a big issue for a lot of the students. If they don't have access to get to these outdoor places, they don't have access to get to these outdoor places because they don't have transportation. That seems to be a big issue. And as you all know, screen time is a big problem. We're trying to promote the 5-2-1-0, which is 5 fruits or vegetables a day and 2 or less hours of non-work screen time, and then 1 hour of physical activity and 0 sugar sweetened drinks. So everybody, you remember that?
Did you hear that, Council? 0 sweets.
And school. We want all you guys to, everybody to go back to school and tell them that you want a school garden and you want a community garden, because that's outdoor activity as well. And it's also, good for Homeland Security to have gardens because we have, food.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you. I didn't tie in community gardens with Homeland Security, but I see the tie now, so that's awesome. But it's all about taking care of our bodies, eating healthy, and getting outside and enjoying. And Caroline, I have to say this about the transportation issue. I grew up here. I rode my bike everywhere, okay? I mean, I didn't get my driver's license until I was 16, but I went everywhere because I rode my bike. And so I'm not buying that. If you want to go somewhere, get on your bike and ride. Find a horse. or start walking. All right, well, today, we, the mayor and the city council of the city of Las Vegas, proudly proclaim April 2012 as Nevada Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights Month, and we encourage all of our residents and our children in the city of Las Vegas to pledge to go outside, connect with nature, become physically active, and have fun while you're doing it. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
We've gotten to
much.
see. We'll talk to you soon. Caroline, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And for everybody in the public that is listening or watching, you can adopt a trail. All you have to do is contact the city, and we will make sure that you get the correct information. But what a wonderful birthday gift or an anniversary gift or a celebration in honor. Adopt a trail. They're all different prices, and I know the entire trail process would love that. So at this point, we are going to take a couple of minutes just to get back up on the dais up there, and we will continue on. So thank you all, and we will conclude this part of the morning services. Thank you. So what did they call doctor?
No, that's okay. I understand. I gave you a rough copy of my report before. My name is Susan Wade. Hi. Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Okay, so Internal Affairs has it, and during the public part of the portion of this, I'd just like to have this made. I imagine it's at the end.
There's at the beginning, but it's only 1 minute, and then we repeat.
Oh, you need
Okay.
it now?
That'll be at the end of this. We have a minute up front and then 3 minutes at the end.
I'll make sure.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Just take a picture with you. All the kids are not
Where are they? All right, have them come right here. I will wait.
staple that together. It's
I will.
It's urgent.
I'll staple it and make sure that her office gets it. Yes, I meant to give it to you. Here you go, boss.
so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Yeah, she just felt dizzy. Can I give this to you guys? No. Paramedics are good. I don't know. I don't know yet. She's back in the back. I'd say just keep her on for now.
Okay. Actually.
All right, we will reconvene the recess there. Sorry for the delay. I will take a little heat on that. This is agenda night, item number 11. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute. Hearing none, thank you very much. We will move on to item number 12. Wait, excuse me. Okay. Backing up, we are still in this portion. And please, any of the microphones, and there's a button to turn on, Mr. Riggleman will help you.
All right.
And
All right. Hello, my name is Susan Wade, and I'd like to come back at the end for the 3 minutes because I'd like to speak to you regarding extreme police misconduct. So, and I was a victim of that, so I'd like to share that with you.
Okay.
Unfortunately. So I'll be back for my 3 minutes. Is that good?
Thank you. Yes, that's just fine. Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Wade.
And I submitted a
card.
A card and a 10-page report to you.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard under this portion of the agenda, please come to the microphone. Hearing none at that point, we will move on to item number 12.
You let me off, huh? I'm sorry, Mayor. I wasn't quick enough, whatever. I just come to say...
Name?
My name is Anthony Hart. I live 123 Sir David. I just come to tell you thanks for allowing me to participate in city government over the years. And my wife, even though she's very sick, she said, honey, you got such a sad look on your face, so go down and spend at least one more time with the mayor and the city council. But I want to let you know I love all y'all, and it's been a pleasure being around you all these years. And we've been married, as I said, 52.5 years. She's very sick. And I had no brothers and sisters, so she's my whole life. So I'm very sad. Thank you.
We certainly wish her a speedy recovery, and with your love and care, I'm sure that will happen. And we appreciate all your involvement in government. That's what people are supposed to do. This is their government. So we thank you very much. And now we will move on to item number 12, this business item for possible action. Any items from this morning's session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 42, extension of a temporary massage establishment license, Sariat Crobiant Rec, DBA Dream Z Thai Massage and Spa, 430 East Sahara Avenue. Staff has asked this to be stricken. Item number 58, report for possible action regarding federal funding dependencies. Staff has asked this to be obeyed till May 2nd, 2012. Item number 65, Traffic and Parking Commission, Martin Esbin. Councilman Beers has asked this to be obeyed till May 2nd, 2012. And then item number 16, for possible action to approve the ratification of John Baer in a council support position as a special assistant to Mayor, City Council, Ward 4. Staff has requested this be obeyed for 2 weeks, and that will be my motion.
All right, there's a motion.
Mayor, can we
Yes.
also strike the closed door?
And we can we include that, please, Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, motion will also include to strike the closed door.
That's item
76.
Item number 76.
Okay, with those modifications, 42, 58, 65, and 16 in your motion, plus the closed door. There's a motion, please vote. Please post. Thank you, motion carries. Sorry? Something's wrong? Oh, I'm so sorry. I saw a finger going, pushing. Thank you. Oh, you're right. Thank you very much. Now we will move on to item number 13, for possible action to approve final minutes by reference to the special city council meeting of March 28, 2012, and the regular city council meeting of April 4, 2012. Is there a motion, please, to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you very much. Motion carries. Now, in the consent agenda, items, goodness, let's see, it was, so now it's items 15 through 57, 14 through 15, with the exception of 14 that's going to be obeyed, or do we have to do that separately? I have to pull that to obey it. Through 57, except for 42 and 16. Thank you. There is, these are on the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any other items that the council wishes to bring forward? Hearing none, would you kindly make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 14 through 57, except for items number 42 and 16, which were either obeyed or stricken.
Okay. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post.
Should have said 57.
It's 16 and 42.
Okay, those were, items 16 and 42, that 42 being stricken and 16 that's obeyed to, what was the date? May 2nd. Hopefully everybody's got that clarified. Now we will move on to, whoops, item 58 has been obeyed to May 2nd, so now we move on into item 59. Item 59, 60, and 64. 59, discussion for possible action regarding allowance of $3,500,000 in the 18% redevelopment agency RDA set-aside housing funds and the $1,119,000 in home investment partnership app home funds to Vegas 1-Decatur LLC for construction of the 60 units of mixed income housing, 40 units of which will be rented as affordable housing for low-income families earning 60% or less of the area median income, which is AMI. Number 60, discussion for possible action regarding a joint disposition and development agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, and V1 Decatur LLC regarding the vacant land. Number 64, R352012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the lease of real property to Vegas 1-Decatur LLC for the construction of mixed income and age-restricted housing. The project is located alongside Laurelhurst and Westmoreland Drives at 1501 North Decatur Boulevard. These items are in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. And Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Staff had recommended denial on these items, but to be consistent with the vote on Redevelopment Agency Item 6 heard this morning, should you consider approval, we'd recommend approval subject to the conditions that were specified on the record during Item 6. I'd also like to make, for the public record, for the item concerning item number 59, there is an error in the agenda summary page as well as in the backup documentation where the item reads $3,500,000 in redevelopment set-aside funds. This should read $2,800,000 in set-aside funds.
Okay. And also on item 64, you're recommending approval, I gather? Or did you say that?
Well, we're recommending denial, but should you approve, we ask that you, in the motion, just make the approval recommendation subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Okay, let's take them one at a time. Item number 59, Councilman, any comments before I do this? Sorry.
I guess I'm used, Your Honor, thank you. I'm used to speaking on a motion rather than preempting speech. I'll speak on the motion.
Okay. This is item number 59, Councilman Barlow.
Move for approval, subject to all conditions.
There's a motion. Please vote.
Your Honor, now I'm ready to speak. Thank you.
Okay.
The important thing here, Your Honor, is that we don't really have an idea as to how much this project ought to cost. We know we have numbers in front of us. We have data, which I just received this morning. It's very hard to look friends in the face like Michael McDonald and Frank Hawkins and say, you don't like their idea, you don't want to vote for it, and can't vote for it. I have to in this case, but that's the hardest thing you do in politics. I feel like maybe there's obviously a lot of good involved in this kind of a project. The thing is that in order to do the good thing, we are probably spending way too much. The basis of the land that we are essentially contributing to this is probably $3 or $4 million over where it ought to be, such that it ought to be a commercial use instead of a low-income housing use, being on a major boulevard like it is on Decatur. Saying that, I have to also add that I would have thought that in this kind of a procedure, you wouldn't just take a deal coming to you, but rather, and even being negotiated over the time, it seems to me you ought to have a bid process of some kind, telling the public that there's something out there that maybe you can't make any money on it and don't bid, but on the other hand, we don't know if others would bid or not. We don't know because we didn't ask, to my knowledge. So, as I think I said in the council, excuse me, in the Redevelopment Authority Committee, Council Committee meeting, I would have probably abstained because I didn't have sufficient information. But my gut tells me that we're spending way too much, that it is something that may or may not work, but in any event, it's a loss of money for the city, and I think that we should be better stewards of the Redevelopment Authority set-aside funds and the set-aside funds from the CDBG federal stuff. I don't want to get all eloquent and take your time. I just want to say that I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay.
The motion is on the floor.
Okay. There is any other comments?
Yes, Mayor. Just as a follow-up, I would like to restate my motion. My motion would be for approval, subject to all conditions, to include the amendment. Thank you, Councilman Ross.
Thank you. There's a motion. Would you please vote? Yes? Oh, sorry. Councilman Beers?
I, too, come from an environment where we speak to the motion, and so wanted to explain why I'm voting yes. I share many of the concerns that Councilman Coffin has expressed, but we can't fix what's happened, and now we have a basket, it's been said a couple times, of lemons here, and maybe here's somebody who comes along who says they can make some lemonade. I think this is an example of the potential, realizing the risks of the redevelopment agency concept. Other jurisdictions around the valley have done away with their attempts to make it happen altogether, and in the absence of one of those big anchor tenants like the shopping center in Symphony Park, it's a tough thing to make go. But here we are, and we have money that's, we're told by federal and state authority, must be spent on low-income housing. While I didn't work in the Big Five sporting goods store, I did shop there. You might have sold me something, Councilman, years ago. And we need to get something going on that corner. So I'm in support.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, there's a motion on the floor. Would you please vote? And would you please post? Thank you. Motion carries. We'll move on to item number 60. There's a Councilman Barlow, item number 60, please.
Do we need to open this up for public comment? No?
No,
If
I don't
not-
think so.
If not, I'll move for approval of this item subject to all conditions to include the amendment if need be, if necessary. Thank you.
Okay, any comments from council? Any questions? There's a motion, please vote. And please post. That motion also carries. And now on to item number 64. Councilman.
Yes, I would like to move for approval of this item subject to all conditions to include the amendment, should it be necessary. Thank you.
Is that fulfill, Mr. Arndt? Yes. All right, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you again. Thank you. Thank you. Now we will move on to item 61. This item will be trailed to be heard with item 99 in the afternoon session. So we will now move on to item 62. Whoops. This item will be trailed to be heard after item 101 in the afternoon session. We will move on to item 63. R 342012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program, CVIP, agreement between the RDA and Mesquite Wood 2, LLC owner, and Velveteen Rabbit, LLC tenant and CVIP participant, located at 1218 to 1226 South Main, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. Note this item is related to RDA item 5, RA4-2012. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. This item is for a VIP grant for $25,000 to the applicant. We heard the discussion this morning. Staff recommends approval.
Any questions or concerns here in Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, if you're ready for a motion, I will move to approve item 63.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve item number 63. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. In the absence, as you note, Councilwoman Tarkanian is not here this afternoon for the afternoon session. She was feeling a bit lightheaded, and rather than have some issue, we have excused her from the session. Thank you very much, and we certainly hope that there is nothing awry here and that she is well and will be back into the City Hall tomorrow. So we are now, item 65 has been obeyed to May 2nd. Move on to item number 66 for possible action, Planning Commission on Glenn Trowbridge, whose term expires June 2013. Procedure for this board is recommended by the appropriate member of council with the approval of council. Options are Councilman Beers to appoint a member for this seat. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. The almost appointee is in the audience. Would you step forward, please? Richard Bonar is the person I've asked to be the planning commissioner for Ward 2. He's got a long resume of planning experience with time spent both on the design of the Lake Las Vegas terrain and the original Summerlin terrain back when it was Hughsite for a brief period of time, and as well as a veteran of the Clark County Planning Commission. So I'd like to introduce you all to Mr. Boner and move to appoint him as the Planning Commissioner for Ward 2.
We welcome you, Mr. Bonar, and how nice to see you. I've known you since the early 80s, and what a great recommendation for an appointment. Certainly, I know how well-trained you are and how astute you are, so this is really wonderful.
Thank you.
Did you want to address council and say anything?
Well, I guess I've known most of you a long time, some less time, but I appreciate the vote of confidence by Councilman Beers, and hope to show you my wares over time, and more so through my actions than words, so I'll keep it brief.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Barlow.
I would just like to say that to congratulate Councilman Beers on a great pick. Mr. Bonar and I have had many interactions, and I'm very excited to cast my vote in favor of your appointment to the Planning Commission. I know you'll serve well, and good job. Good job.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome, Dick. I've known you for a long, long time, since you came to Las Vegas, and we've had dealings through the chamber and dealings through politics, and you've always represented whoever it was you were representing, whether it was Summerlin or some of the other organizations. Well, get ready for a long session every time you meet. You're lucky they're only meeting once a month right now. I hope that it'll be more often as the economy grows back. Certainly it'll be long hours, but you'll be well rewarded for it. Thank you.
Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and with your permission, Councilman, congratulations, Commissioner. I do want to say a word about Commissioner Trowbridge, however. He has served this city diligently in the past several years, and I know his heart is certainly in the right place. And Councilman, I think you're aware of that and his contributions to this city, and I would assume that he will continue to serve in this city in some capacity, and certainly in his neighborhoods, but we would be remiss if not remembering his contributions as well. And Commissioner, look forward to you serving on the Planning Commission. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. I know we all do echo those sentiments, and I see Councilman Beers shaking his head. So, Glenn Trowbridge, we thank you very much for your years of service and commitment to our community. You have done a beautiful job. So, there is a motion, and would you please vote? And would you please post? Motion carries. Welcome, Mr. Bonar. Bring your pillow. They go late. And now on to item 67, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, which is Bill 2012-16. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Go
Thank you,
for
Your
it.
Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2012-16, an ordinance to amend the downtown Centennial Plan to streamline the approval process for outdoor dining and entertainment, conform provisions regarding temporary outdoor events in the district known as 18B Las Vegas Arts District to other applicable code provisions, clarify that the Symphony Park area is a sub-district of the Parkway Center District, and provide for other related matters.
Wow.
Move for approval.
There's a motion. But there are no boxes. There we go. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Items 68 through 71, Bills 2012-2 and Bills 2012-17 through 2012-19 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We will move on to new bills. Items 72 through 75, Bill number Z-2012-1 and Bill 2012 through -20 through 2012-22 will be heard at recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, May 1st, 2012. I would like to have these bills read, please.
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number Z-2012-1, an ordinance to amend the official zoning map of the City of Las Vegas by changing the zoning designations of certain parcels of land to reflect the formalized rezoning process previously approved by the City Council and provide for other related matters. Bill 2012-20, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District Number 1485, Alta Drive Landscaping Maintenance, FY 2013, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of maintaining street beautification improvements, assessing the cost of maintenance against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith. Bill 2012-21, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District Number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment of the cost of the expenses of commercial area revitalization project, assessing the cost of the project against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith. And finally, Bill number 2012-22, an ordinance to update the licensing regulations of fees applicable to apartment houses, clarifying zoning requirements pertaining to the conversion of multifamily apartment developments to co-op status, and provide further related matters.
Thank you, Mr. Jerbick. These will be heard by Councilmen Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin on that date. And we will move on to item number 76. Our next item is that we are not going into closed session. That has been stricken. So we will adjourn until recess. Excuse me, I do it every single time. I'm so used to schools. We will recess until 1 o'clock. That gives us about 45 minutes. Is that all right?
Got back on schedule.
Right, we're on schedule. Okay. Thank you. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
whatever's on there.
All of these?
No, those are purchased and laid back.
Okay.
Oh, you rewrote it?
Okay, everyone, we will reconvene today's
85 and what?
session.
Where's mine?
And we will begin with item 77, excuse me. For possible action, any items from the afternoon sessions the council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, item number 85, SDR 44449, Site Development Plan Review, Public Hearing, applicant CIM LL Las Vegas, LLC owner, 220 North 4th Street, Las Vegas. Councilwoman,
Councilman Barlow,
okay, this,
85.
it's not the right one that I put down. It is 85? Okay.
So what does that put our date?
Okay, so, all right, so that has been requested by Councilman Barlow to be obeyed till May 16th. Okay, item number 89, GPA 43977, General Plan Amendment, Public Hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas. Staff has requested that be obeyed till May 2nd. And then item numbers 96 and 97. 96 is variance 44454, public hearing, applicant Quest Academy, owner Young Men's Christian Association of Southern Nevada. Councilwoman Tarkanian has asked that be obeyed till May 16th. And then item number 97, SUP 44453, special use permit related to variance 44454, public hearing, applicant Quest Academy, owner Young Men's Christian Association, Southern Nevada. Councilwoman Tarkanian has asked that also be obeyed till May 2nd. And that will be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll
Mayor?
move.
Just a point of clarification. The 30-day puts us out to which?
May 16.
May 16th. Does that work? Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Moving on to item 78, public hearing regarding the Clark County Regional Flood Control District, CCR-FCD, approval of a master plan amendment, MPA, which provides the most cost-effective structural and regulatory means of protecting structures from floodwaters of the district and for correcting the existing regional flooding problem within the area of the Las Vegas Wash Middle Branch. Grand Teton storm drain located in Grand Teton between Mountain Spa and Durango Drive. This is in Ward 6. This is Councilman Ross. This is the public hearing. I now declare it open. Mr. Cervantes? Anyone from the city speaking to this? Ms. Fratwell?
I'm sorry, Mayor.
On item 78, Jorge Cervantes, on behalf of item 78.
If I could ask that we trail that item, Mayor, I'll find out where our Public Works Department is.
Okay, we will trail that item and bring it back. Do you want to ask?
Yeah, Mayor, If you'd like to hear from Public Works on it, being a member of the Regional Flood Control District representing us, the City Council.
Oh, right, of course, you're on the RTC along with Councilwoman.
This has to do with just continuing to protect the structures out there in the northwest of the in the Grand Teton storm drain area between Mountain Spa and Durango. There's been a whole lot of work going on out in the northwest in regards to flood control projects. Several miles of underground storm drain have been installed, and this is just moving in that same direction. So that's what it is. It's fairly routine, just moving forward.
It's a public hearing. Does anybody wish to be heard on item 78? Okay, do you want to come forward and speak to this, and please state your name?
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Oh-Sang Kwon with the Public Works Department. This amendment is to extend Regional Flood Control and Field Facility 1,320 feet to the intersection with Grand Teton and Durango Drive. Proposal amendment meets all regional flood control criteria and was approved on the board February 9, 2012. The estimate cost is about $1.9 million, and it will be funded through Regional Flood Control District. And that's about it. If there's any question, and I can answer any questions for you.
Thank you. No, that was just what we were looking for.
With that, Mayor, and no one wants to speak at the public hearing.
Do we have anyone for public hearing on this matter? Please come forward. State your name. There are none. Please.
I would move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Public hearing, item only. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And item 79, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 2122 Stewart Avenue for fees in the amount of $2,358.25 and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties for a total of $21,858.25. Property owner is Gerald Leckert. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the property owner present, please? And Mr. Bouse.
Mayor and members of the council, for the record, Mike Bouse, Code Enforcement Manager. The major cross streets of this property are Eastern and Stewart Avenue. This property is not a foreclosed property. Our case opened on November 15th of 2011. On December 6, 2011, we issued a notice in order to comply, and we closed the case on March 8 of 2012. We had to do abatement work at city's expense because of noncompliance by the property owner. The abatement work started on February 16th and completed on February 29th of this year. The abatement work consisted of removal of waste, refuge, high vegetation, the application of herbicide, and securing of all windows and doors. The city's out-of-pocket expenses for that work are $2,358.25. The accrued daily civil penalties are $19,500 for a total of cost and accrued civil penalties of $21,858.25. The property value by Zillow as of March 26th of this year is $29,500, and staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess all costs and civil penalties as a lien against the property.
Thank you. Any public comment? Councilman Coffin, or anybody on council have comments here?
Well, Your Honor, this is, I see inconsistent information in the report here, and maybe, Mike, you can explain this, because at times it looks like Eckert is the owner, and then it, excuse me, is it Eckert? No.
Yes. Yes. Gerald
Yes,
Eckert.
okay. Then we see City Mortgage as the owner. We see them hiring somebody to clear, somebody called Safeguard, which is owned by City Mortgage. Then they say they don't own the property, but Safeguard never owned the property. I mean, it's either City Mortgage or not, or Mr. Eckert. So a lot of correspondence is going back and forth. Now I see a letter saying that City Mortgage assumes no ownership. Golly, who's on first?
Councilman, if I may, what happened with this particular case is we notified the owner. We also notified City Mortgage, and their servicing company is Safeguard, correct. And when we contacted Safeguard, initially they thought they had the property, that they were responsible for maintaining it. Then we found out that they weren't responsible for maintaining it. When we contacted City Mortgage, and I think the reason was, Councilman Kaufman, is because the property was in foreclosure. When we contacted City Mortgage, they said, yes, we are the lender on it, but this property is not in foreclosure, and therefore we have no interest in abating the violations. So with the property not being in foreclosure, wasn't required to be registered pursuant to our new registration ordinance, and the lender elected not to do anything and let the city abate the violations.
Well, Mike, it looks to me like the mortgage company is the bank, City Mortgage. They own it. It looks like they're just trying to duck cleaning it up.
At this point in time, Councilman, there's been no notice of default that's been filed.
Yeah.
So the property is still in the name of the original owner until such time as City Mortgage forecloses on it by filing the formal notice of default with the county recorder's office.
Okay, why did our research, MERS, M-E-R-S, show City Mortgage as the owner? That's my question. Consistently?
That would be the December 20th entry, I believe.
There's a couple of them in December. Yeah, December 20. And so isn't there a document that would have come up on our research?
We get varying information out of MERS. It's not always totally reliable.
Okay.
And there are erroneous entries in MERS, and that's why we contacted City Mortgage to find out what is the true status of the property.
Well, Your Honor, not to belabor this, but maybe there's somebody here willing to speak on behalf of the owner, or so. I do not know. Otherwise, we should
Councilman, I
just-
did call and no response.
Okay, then I think we should just go ahead and move forward with levying the hard cost and the administrative fines, and then see who shows up at the waiver hearing. Your Honor, that is my motion.
Thank you,
Those-
Councilman. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll move on now to item 80. Public hearing also for possible action to consider request for a waiver and/or reduction of daily civil penalties in the amount of $21,550 recorded against the property located at 1218 South 15th Street. The property owner is Bank of New York Mellon Trust, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the property owner present or a representative? Mr. Bowes.
Mayor, members of the council, the major cross streets to this property are Charleston and Maryland. This case was open on June 28th of 2010. We issued a notice and order on August 17th of that year and closed the case on October 27th of 2010. Because the property owner did not voluntarily correct the violations, the city completed its abatement work on October 10th of 2010. The out-of-pocket expenses accrued by the city in performing this work was $2,197.25. There was $1,950 in failed inspection civil penalties, and also $21,550 in daily civil penalties. Those total fines and costs were assessed by City Council as May 4th, 2011 City Council meeting. In speaking with the owner's representative, it's my understanding that the owner is willing to pay the out-of-pocket expenses of $2,197.25. They are willing to pay the $1,950 in failed inspection civil penalties, and they are asking the council to consider a waiver or a reduction of the $21,550 in daily civil penalties, which is reflective in your agenda item. The property value pursuant to Zillow as of March 15th is $50,500, and pursuant to our standard procedure, the Code Enforcement Division requests denial of the request.
Thank you. And you'll state your name and if you're representative of the owners.
Yes, Your Honor. Chris Jorgensen here from the Lewis and Roca Law Firm. We represent Bank of New York Mellon and Bank of America. Bank of New York Mellon is the owner of the property. Bank of America is the servicer of the property. As soon as the bank became aware of this situation, we have taken steps to get somebody in there to maintain the property. There are now monthly checks on the property. There's also an 800 number that anyone can call if there's a problem with the property. And it's been so far so good for the last year or so. Ever since the original problem was brought to our attention.
Thank you. It is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard in regard to this item? Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, thank you. Mike, have we had to go back over there since the bank took it over?
No, sir, we have not, and I drove by the property this morning, and it's in compliance with all applicable city regulations at this time.
This is in Huntridge, you know, it's one of our fine old neighborhoods that, Chris, you're with the firm of Lewis and Roca, aren't you?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever appeared before? Because we don't recall the firm itself taking on these kinds of...
Oh, no, this is my first time here, and I think the firm's first time here.
Can you tell us if there is an owner coming or some sort of deal pending?
Currently, as I said, it's owned by Bank of New York. The eventual plan is that it will be put back on the market. They've not yet decided to make that move, but that is the eventual plan to dispose of the property. I don't have a date for when they're planning on putting it for sale.
Mm-hmm. Well, we generally don't waive all of the civil penalties. As a matter of fact, there is a policy up here of waiving of 90%, unless there is a deal pending of some kind, of sale ready to happen, in which case sometimes we clear the decks on those things. But it doesn't look like sufficient attention has been paid to try to market the house.
Councilman, could I inquire as to, would there be a way, if in fact a sale became evident or possible, that we could alter at that time? I mean, depending what Councilman Coffin wants to do.
Well, I think that's a good idea, if it logistically can be worked. But the thing is, Mayor, we might have a lot of these deals hanging out there if we start doing that, so we have to figure out what's workable with staff. Otherwise, you might have pending lots of fines, pending sales.
Okay, Councilman, if I may.
Yeah, I would recommend, if you're not going to waive them at this point in time, then deny the request after the hearing. And if you want to talk about a policy in the future about how to tie the waiver of fines to sales and stuff, I think we should do that privately. Typically, civil fines are imposed to punish somebody for something that they've done wrong. And I understand your goal here. Holding them over somebody's head makes that sale of this house maybe less likely. At the same time, you don't want to relieve them of that responsibility until you know the house sale is in the works. But what I would do today, if there is no sale in the works, Mr. Jorgensen, you're saying there is no sale at this point in time, or?
Currently not pending, no.
Okay. Would you mind returning to the council at some point in time if there is a buyer and making the same request?
That would be fine. Would we receive a reduction of the fees now? Or would we just not have to pay any of the fees now until there is a sale?
Mm-hmm. It's typical that these things are negotiated at the time of a house sale, though other bills are outstanding and the like. But if your desire to not approve it at this point in time, I would deny it without prejudice to returning in the future.
Councilman Coffin, it's yours.
I wondered if my colleague over here has anything to say on this. Councilman, did you have something you wanted to? I heard you mumbling, so I knew you got some idea in your mind.
You see my wheels over here spinning.
I read your mind.
I'm in agreement with my colleague as far as being able to hold the responsible owner's feet to the fire as far as the obligation. And I know in the past the council has, contingent upon a sale or possible sale, have basically come back in and we've made adjustments from there. But in order to keep our staff from having to go out on a consistent basis to check the property, address the issues at the property, continuing to tack on fees for civil penalties, I'm trying to basically hear from you as far as what you as the representative representing the bank
Correct.
are going to do to keep the property improved. And our measure of helping you do that is keeping the price tag over your head. until a sale takes place.
Okay.
All right, Your Honor.
So those are my thoughts.
I think, I mean,
Thank you.
this is sage advice from my senior member here, who, along with the junkyard dog, who used to be to my left, Councilman Ross, used to say, "Go get him." I think we're going to have to go get your client, but I don't think we have to get him for everything. I mean, I think waiving him 90% of the administrative fees is a reasonable thing. And then in the future, when your clients are coming before us, they really need to have a buyer cooking something that'll help us see our way to your side. That's the only way. So therefore, Your Honor, I now move that that the council levy the out-of-pocket expenses of $21.97.25, that the council also levy the $1,950 of failed inspection civil penalties, and waive 90% of the civil penalties, bringing that number of 10% to $2,155. So the grand total would be $6,302.25 for the bank.
Councilman,
of
how
New
about a
York
payment
Mellon
schedule?
To be paid in 30 days unless the bank needs to stretch it out, and I trust they would give the same terms to. We should give the same terms that they give their clients. I suspect they give them 30 days to pay.
Thank
or
you,
they
Your Honor.
give it to them, right?
Okay.
30 days.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion. You did put that in the form of a motion, Councilman. All right, there's a motion. Thank you. And let's vote, please. Okay, please post. And before you go, Councilman Ross wants to say something. I'm sure it's going to be pithy.
It won't be pithy.
Go for it.
Junkyard dog pithy? I'm on a roll. I just want to make sure, I'm sure Mr. Baus has brought you up to speed in regards to the city's new foreclosure registry ordinance. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not, but I'm not that involved in that. But
Okay,
if you
well,
want to tell me
then
that,
I'm
I'd be
gonna,
happy to hear
Mr.
it.
Baus, you know the game plan here, and we're trying to create some level of communication with lien holders or the lenders on these properties for his staff's benefit, so we can keep these properties up to a certain standard, that we hold everybody else to in the city of Las Vegas. So I appreciate you being here. It's awful brave. I think these guys down here were too nice to you, but you seem like a nice guy. I wasn't going to be mean to you, but we got to maintain the integrity of our neighborhoods. It helps keep all property values up. So I just want to make sure Mr. Baus, he's plumbed up on that new reg. Thank you, Mayor.
He'll know about the new ordinance before he hits the back door.
Thank you. 30 days. Thank you. All right, we will now move on to the one motion, one vote. Items 81 through 85 has been obeyed to, or is that going to be part of it? In the vote? 85 is being obeyed to May 16th. So our items 81 through 84 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Number 81, RQR 44098, applicant American Outdoor, owner Afton Meadows LLC, for possible action on a required review of a special use permit SUP 16947 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 4604 Meadows Lane. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. Item number 82, RQR 44239, required review, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Harrison J.S. and Denise, a family trust, for possible action on a required review of an approved variance V-02389 to allow an off-premise sign to be located 265 feet from another off-premise sign where a 300-foot separation is required at 5301 West Charleston Boulevard, also in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 83, SUP 44437, applicant Frank's Mercedes Service, owner Restaurant Row LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 12,170 square-foot auto repair garage minor at 1931 North Rainbow Boulevard. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Number 84, VAC 44378, applicant owner Symphony Park Master Association for possible action on a petition to vacate a 4.74-foot by 143-foot section of right-of-way located 280 feet east of Grand Central Parkway along Symphony Park Avenue. This is also in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all items. All items are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on any one or all of these items? Please step forward and state your name.
My name is Anthony Hodges, and I live 123 today. All I want to say is they're all in good shape, and the staff and planning have agreed on it, and it's all said approval, so it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none. Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Barlow has asked item number 83 be pulled, so my motion will be to approve items 81, 82, and 84 on the one motion, one vote agenda.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote if we get it. There we go. Please post. There we go. Carried. Let's go back to item 83, please. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, the applicant representative is coming forward. Liz, speak to us in relation to this item, if you will, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Liz Sorokak here on behalf of the applicant. 8965 Southeastern is the address of my office. This is an application for an auto repair garage minor. This is on the southwest corner of Rainbow and Lake Mead in the former Discount Tire location. We've received approval from staff on this item, and Councilman Barlow has asked us to agree to a one-year review, which we have agreed to. Additionally, I believe the councilman wanted us to confirm the hours of operation on the record, which will be Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., and Saturday, 7 a.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. And those are similar to the hours of Mr. Scandura's other locations that he has in the valley. So with that, I'm here for questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Liz, for those conditions, placing those conditions on the record, because I want to make sure. I know that Discount Tire did not, of course, do oil changes and things of the like, so the minor repair is something that I have to watch very closely, specifically in this corridor. That box has been dark for, I think, close to a year, if not more, as far as Discount when they moved out approximately a year and a half ago. And so I have had an opportunity to review the two locations that your applicant or your client currently runs in I believe in Clark County, and maybe
Yes,
one in the city.
Yeah, one's in the city of Henderson and one is in Clark County.
Right,
Correct.
and now he'll have one in the city of Las Vegas. And so looking at that property, I did a spot check, and there were no outside storage or parking of vehicles, and each one of the locations were free and clear of any type of debris and oil and different things like that, because that is what concerned me most specifically in this, what I call the restaurant row of Rainbow. And so I want to make sure that we keep the integrity of this corridor free and clear of anything that would be unsightly. And for that, I would like to move for approval of this item, subject to the one-year condition as well as the hours of operations that have been stated on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. There's a motion. And please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much for
Thank you. Have a
coming
nice
and
afternoon.
participating. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, now we're moving on to council items 86 through 88. 86 VAR 43359 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 21 parking spaces where 27 parking spaces are required. Item 87 SUP 43358 for possible action on a request for special use permits for car wash, full service, or auto detailing. Number 88, SDR 43360, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 3,985 square foot car wash, full service, or auto dealing. The applicant is Bustin Suds Car Wash, and the owner is JGM Holdings LLC. The project is located on .88 acres at 1326 North Martin Luther King Boulevard. The Planning Commission recommends denial of all items, and staff recommends approval of all items. These items are in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's, and are public hearings which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Would you like to make comment first?
Yes, please. I have some things I'd like to submit if I can, please.
Could you state your name, please?
My name is Chandy Hester. I'm one of the three owners of Bustin'
Okay,
Suds Car
and
Wash.
the young lady next to you is?
I'm the other owner, his mother.
Could you step to the microphone? I'm sorry, can't hear.
I'm the other owner, his mother, Beatrice West.
Thank you very much. Okay, please proceed.
Okay. We have worked hard to putting the word out about the car wash. After starting a community meeting in November at West Las Vegas Library, there were about 10 to 15 people opposed to the car wash. Many misunderstanding of what we were doing, and some even questioning the ownership of the car wash. Once we started walking the neighborhood, talking to residents, letting them get to know us, word got around fast and things began to change. As demonstrated at our last community meeting at Doolittle on April 10th, there were only 2 that opposed. The community is buzzing with the news of a local kid, one of his own, wanted to build in his own community. This car wash will succeed and bring a beautiful new look to our already beautiful Martin Luther King Boulevard. Our project is fully landscaped throughout the whole property. We'll be well lit and secured, and all noise-generated equipment will be housed so noise will not be a factor. I have worked with Councilman Barlow and staff to ensure we do everything possible to not disturb our east side residents. We realize that we have stakeholders to the east of us, and we didn't want to change any of their everyday life. That's why we incorporated the 9 steps of being a good neighbor. In our community meeting, Ms. Giles says 5 to 15 employees isn't enough, and that salary around minimum wage wasn't going to impact, where I strongly disagree. 5 to 15 employees is our projected employees. We have to start somewhere. Our projected payroll is over $20,000 a month. That's $20,000 a month going back into the economy. We pay our city taxes, licensing, and permit fees, all going back to the city of Las Vegas. We plan on hiring through youth programs like Nevada Partners and other community organizations to help keep kids off the streets. The fact is that the community is yearning for some new development, and we hope to start something here, set a standard, like Councilman Barlow has done with the beautiful Martin Luther King Boulevard. Someone has to throw the rock in the water and start a ripple. We know others will follow. It starts somewhere. It's been over 50 years, and it's still the same. Martin Luther King Boulevard was named after a great man. That man had a dream. And like him, I have a dream to come back and give something back to our community. Something in 10, 15 years from now, the next generation wanting to be doctors and lawyers, businessmen, even more president, they can say their first job was at Bustin' Suds Car Wash. Thank you.
Thank you. And ma'am, please, your name? 1 second, please. I think you're not on there. There you go.
My name is Jackie Brantley, and I'm a resident of the community, born and raised. By the way, this is the first time that I have spent in the city council, and it's absolutely gorgeous. After 40 years of being an employee for the state and the county school district and the state, I am pleased to be here today in support of Mr. Trendy Hester and his lovely mother in support of this car wash. I live in the community. The car wash would be in my backyard and my front yard because I own property in the old historic West Side as well as in the Normandy Estates area. And I think that this project would bring increased economic development to our community. And I'm in favor of volunteering or whatever I have to do to make this project possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to be heard on this item? Please come forward and state your name.
My name is Anthony Hodges. A car wash is environmental. You know, it's good. You know, they don't let the wastewater go to the lake. And as the young man said, he's a lot of employees and whatever. I know that the planning and staff is split on it, but the idea is, all I'm asking y'all is to weigh the situation very carefully. This is jobs, and the young man is young, and he wants to be an entrepreneur. The name of the game, this is jobs. And please put that under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone else, please come forward and state your name.
My name is Augusta Gary. I live at 1421 N Street. My property and this property, we have the same boundary lines. And I'd like to say to Mr. Hester and to my councilor, Bilo, Mr. Hester, this is history. I was one of the first people to vote for this to become commercial. I was afraid. I was much younger then. Anyway, we voted because we thought it would benefit us to have commercial behind us. Everything that we presented from the bank or filling station that would be beneficial to us, Bonanza Village turned us down. We always had to live by the rules of Bonanza Village. So now we out from under that. And this is the best thing that you could offer a car wash. No, this is no good. I've been trapped in my home because of a car wash. And I'll tell you how this happened. It was a portable car wash behind Mr. Pat Jen's place. Mr. Pat Jen didn't have anything to do bad with this. Neither did the people that owned the car wash. Neither did the fancy cars that I like looking at was being hand washed there. We had people across the street and in the desert selling something I didn't know at the time till the young people explained to we oldies. They were selling some type of tapes to the people. The policemen started using N Street because they were repairing Martin Luther King. Evidently they noticed something we seniors didn't know. So one evening they chased a couple of them. They caught one of them. I went to come out, we had neighborhood watch. I opened the door and there's the police running across my yard. Slammed the door, didn't know what was happening. Went to the back of the house, they're running across where this car wash is going to be. But one policeman stayed with this other thug. He jumped over a 4-foot fence into my car garage. They couldn't get him out. They had to go and get police dogs just to get him out. Now,
so Mrs. Gary, I mean, because time is running, you are opposed to this.
But,
okay, we
yeah.
appreciate your concern.
But let me say this to you about us being the seniors.
Thank
we are
you.
seniors here, and like he said, in the future. In 3 houses there, we have 2 lawyers. That's on record. We have the under the sheriff with our neighborhood watch sign there. We have a bunch of people that has contributed to society. No use when they offer something good. They can be creative and bring something better than a car wash. We mostly can just afford gas. We senior citizens are in better shape than most people are. So
Thank
this,
you. Thank
But I
you
will
for your
chill tonight.
comments. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward and state your name.
How you doing this afternoon? My name is
Hi.
Michael Johnson. I reside at 1121 Freeman, right around the corner from where he's at for the last 38 years. And I really believe that this would be a great deal for our community. This would be something that bring beautification to Martin Luther King, and it would bring jobs. And I mean, I really support this idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anyone else, please come forward, state your name.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Lowe, and I was born on the west side, and I lived there for about 15 years. I'm a hairdresser in the community, and I would love to see this car wash be successful. The main reason is because of our youth. We have to do something with our youth over there. Okay, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you, and I couldn't agree with you more, and jobs are so important to that. Anyone else, please come forward, and both of you state your names.
Hello, my name is Shayla Allen.
My name is Stacy Allen, and I support the car wash.
I support the car wash too. I stay on 1204 Gold Street, and I'm thinking that maybe if, he gets the car wash, I'm a young person. Maybe next summer I can have a summer job.
Boy, you're first with the mostest, I'll bet you. Anyone else, please come forward, state your name.
Yes, hi, I'm Tanya Banks Washington, and I am a native of the West Side, and I also support Trandy in the car wash.
Boy, you've been doing your work, Mr. Hester, I'll tell you. And your name, please?
Yes, my name is Erica Knox, and I'm a local realtor here in Las Vegas and am involved in this deal. And I just wanted to say for the record that this property has been on the market for 3 years now with no active offers. This is the first offer on the property. We have tried to get Dollar General in there. They were not interested. So it would just be great. The owner has been actively trying to sell, and they're very excited about this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Knott. Question, are you having a convenience store in there with?
No, ma'am. Well, we have a small retail area with car wash needs, but other than that, no.
No, just the plain car
Just
wash?
vending machines and car wash, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is the car wash automatic, or it's going to be automatic, or is it going to have, dryers and people working?
Yes, it's we have it's an
Semi?
80-foot tunnel. It's an 80-foot tunnel, and it's what we call a flex service. It's a combination of exterior express wash, like at a convenience store, where you wash through the tunnel, and you get out, and you have to vacuum your own. We have that set up, and we also have the forest service all on the same property, where we would do it all inside, outside detailing area.
Wonderful, thank you. And a public comment, please step forward.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and I can't find my notes from the Planning Commission on this. But if I'm correct in this, they brought up the noise issue, and the applicant had about the outside vacuums, and the applicant said that he was going to, if I remember right, the applicant said that he would enclose the machines, the actual motor machines, so that they wouldn't make the noise, if I can remember. But still, it seems to me that it'd be the noise issue more than anything on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Anyone else?
Edgar Sales, 1411 Ann Street. I'm right in front of where they're going to put this car wash. I would like to know what happened to the 89 signatures we had on our petition. We had 89 signatures against this car wash. We went through our neighborhood and got 89 or 86 against this car wash. I'd like to know where it's at. How do you know it's not going to be a lot of noise behind our house with this car wash? How do we know this is safe behind our house with this car wash? I don't think any of you councilmen up there would want a car wash dropped in the back of your house. Councilman Barlow came to no meetings. I think they had every opportunity. We had the 89 signatures. Somehow they found out because they came back through the neighborhood. Then he gives them the chance because he said he has to be fair for them to come with their revised plan that he had already seen. He said right there in that chair and told my mother-in-law he'd be at that last meeting. Didn't see him. Told my mother-in-law, I'll give you a kiss. She ain't got the kiss and we haven't seen him. So where's the 89 signatures?
Okay, we do have them, and I'm going to have Councilman Barlow respond in a minute. But the question that Mr. Farlow brought up about the noise factor and enclosing it, is that something that has been submitted to Councilman Barlow and a plan approved by planning on Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Barlow will handle that just in a minute then. And if you'll please state your name.
Thank you, Mayor and Council people. My name is Gene Collins, and I live at 1411 Virginia City. And first and foremost, I want to commend this young man and his mother for trying to do something. But however, I'm a former state assemblyman. I'm a former president of the NAACP. As we speak, I'm the regional director for Reverend Al Sharpton's National Action Network. I also am the president of a Little League baseball organization. And I'm saying this, and I rise against this car wash, because I used to represent that area as a state assemblyman. I live in the area now. I grew up in the area as well. I coach baseball in the area. I still coach baseball because I heard him say something about young people. Well, I am an old guy that is doing something about the gang problems and the children in our community. I'm the one who's doing it. I didn't start. I've been doing this for over 40 years. Even when I was the state assemblyman, even when I was the president of the NAACP, and now I hear of Reverend Sharpton's organization, I am still doing something in this community. I think with the noise and the safety. Now, whatever you do, I'm saying this, and I don't want to misconstrue, because growing up in the area, raised in the area, and still lives in the area, I think I know something about what's going on, what will go on in the area. And when this car wash with all of the noise, and when the people's gather, and when there's a safety issue, I want to know from the city, who are we going to turn to be responsible for somebody's safety is at stake? Now, like I say, and it has been stated that, well, the jobs, well, let me tell you something. There's no job more important than my health and my safety. I don't care what kind of job it is. There's the safety and the health that I'm concerned about. And like I say, I still live in the area. And I've been looking for someone from Buston Suds to speak to about this long before today, Mayor. I have not talked to anybody. I got involved because I have a handful of individuals who brought information to me who was against this and asked me to come down and get involved with this. But before I did this, I tried to find out from somebody, because I don't want to oppose nobody's project. And so this is the first time that I've had to see these people right here talking about a business. And like I say, I live previously at 1101 Eleanor. That's what, 100 feet or a block from Doolittle. So if anybody knows what's going on in the community, you would think somebody like Gene Collins would know, who grew up in the area, who still lives in the area, and nobody who has canvassed my house or my area or no place gathering signatures or even wanted to discuss this. So I rise in anything that happens to do with Buston Suds, I'm against it.
Thank you for your
Honor.
comments. And
Yeah,
Councilman Coffin?
Gene, come on back up. I just wanted to say hello, and of course, you and I go back 30 years when we were elected at the same time and we served honorably together. It's always good to see you 30 years later. I mean, but you've never given up on what you do in a neighborhood. Like me, you never quit. And so this particular project is the kind of thing you want to follow, because I have a neighborhood very much like yours, very, very metropolitan, very, very near a busy street. And I think maybe what I've been watching over the last 5 or 6 months as this project has been moving is that every month or so there's a change in this thing to make it better, because it has been discussed. You know, just quietly, we've been asking Councilman Barlow, what are you doing to make these neighbors happy? Because we hear about these objections. So we know about the 89 and so on. So it's in my mind. I think that what I look at, though, is that this is a very major thoroughfare with a huge amount of traffic. I don't know the exact amount, but there's a lot of ambient noise. And then what they apparently have done is they have, well, I think Councilman Barlow can show you. I know what I know about it, and that is that they've got some space-age techniques to quiet it down. It's not your average car wash like you might find around like I go to. And also, it is apparently going to look nice. So the question is do you believe the sounds of the cars are going to make any difference? And will they, in other words, will that elevate above the sounds of the cars? Because there's a tremendous traffic and trucks on MLK. So there's something to consider there. I have to think about that before I vote as well. Gene, you know me, I'm never been easy.
Mayor, if I may respond, Councilman, and you are correct. And we have been on, I have never known an issue where we was on a different side. Going back to the flood control, I mean, you know, it was you and I who pushed that that flood control bill through, and when we was back then, and so we have always, it was, you know, Dr. King's birthday bill was another one that that you and I got together on, and you supported me handily on that, and it did pass. Thanks to you. And so the concern that I have here is a safety and the noise. I also own a cleaning business, and those vacuum cleaners, I have a cleaning business where you can just vacuum floors and stuff like this. Well, if you know what type of noise that they make, well then now you're going to bring in some machines, and I don't care if you can put them in a wall. You can enclose them, but you're still not going to decrease the noise. You're not going to do that. And then the people that comes around, when somebody, someone who has a car, somebody want to go to the car wash, that is the danger. There's the individuals that will be drawn to that area who doesn't have any business being there, but will be drawn into the area because they know somebody, or it's another place just for to hang out. And so that's the reason, as you noticed, I've never been here before, but that's the reason why it got to the point where people said, look, Ms. Collins, we need your help on this issue. We need you to come down and speak against this. So who's better to speak against this than you? And so that's the reason why I'm down here. And like I said before, I tried to find out the individuals because I wanted to talk to them. And I don't want to derail nobody's project. But when I cannot find a suitable answer, and then what I have in here, the letters that I have in here, non-favorable. And I call it the way it is.
I think there must have been a lack of communication about what they've been doing over the last 6 months to make it a better thing that we've been asking for. So I don't want to hog this, Gene, and Your Honor. This is between, obviously, the councilman who represents this area has been very concerned about it, so I should turn it back to you. I can assure you that he's been working very hard on trying to quiet it down. So let's see what testimony we hear about the noise. Thank you, Gene. It's always good to see you.
Thank you, Councilman Anthony.
Yeah, the only thing I've really heard that people would be against this particular project is the noise. So, can somebody explain exactly what the noise level is for this that would possibly cause a disruption in the neighborhood, so I can understand that?
If I may.
Please do respond.
If I may, what we did to ensure that the noise level be kept down as far as the vacuums, we did two different things. We enclosed the vacuum area as far as the motor where that generates the vacuum. We enclosed that so outside is nothing but suction. That's the only thing heard outside. What we also did was originally our self-vacuum area was on the east side of the property against the PL line back there. We moved it up against the building to provide approximately from the waiting. Am I going? Okay. It's about 57 feet between the meeting and waiting area to the property line. We don't have anything going on the east side of our property besides traffic going through. We're actually reducing a lot of the traffic noise there, putting our building running in parallel with Martin Luther King. We also enclosed the blowers on the end of the tunnel. We enclosed a false shell. Also put the tunnel, the extension of our building extends beyond our tunnel to block any type of noise generated in that area. So noise, it would not be a problem, would not be an issue.
Councilman Ross, you wish to comment, question?
Actually, I do, Mayor, because and Councilman Barlow and council members, some of you may remember I had a similar situation with a car wash at Team Ford and adjacent neighbors dealing with the issues. If staff would do me a favor and pull up on the monitor the landscape plan, please. Keep going. There you go. Hold that for a moment. Mr. Hester.
Yes.
And you're Mrs. Hester?
West.
West. I thought you were brother and sister. I hope you're not offended.
Oh, I'm loving it.
Okay. If you look at the detail of this landscaping plan, I mean, this looks, and I'm saying this on behalf of the neighbors who are directly affected by this. The sound, the decibel levels, you don't know what those decibel levels are, apparently. I mean, you can't say they're going to be 67 decibels or 100 decibels. You don't know that. But you've made every effort to bring the noise down. When I'm looking at this landscaping plan, and Councilman Barlow, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's pretty lush landscaping. And Mr. Fagg, our planning director, I mean, that's pretty lush landscaping, am I correct? With the mayor's permission, Mr. Fagg, can you comment on the sizes? Because I can't see the sizes of those boxes.
Certainly, I'd be happy to. The landscape plan that the applicant has submitted to the city for review conforms or exceeds the requirements that our code has in place for commercial properties. The trees that they're proposing on the east side of the property in the required landscape buffer area there are a combination of willow acacia trees and then Desert Museum Palo Verdes. They're planted at 20-foot centers, and both of those trees achieve a canopy of about 25 feet upon maturity. So it should be a fairly dense landscape buffer there in that area.
Thank you. And Mayor, if I may continue, you know, I've grown up here too. And Mr. Collins, you and I go back a few days as well. I'm only going to say days because I worked at Big Five Sporting Goods at Wonder World at one time. When all my friends were at Brannigan's Car Wash working at Rancho and Bonanza, by the way. And I know you remember that car wash as well. Anyway, this lot has been vacant forever. And Martin Luther King is grown up. And I certainly don't want to harm the neighbors, because when we talk about development and we talk about possible prospective businesses and locations throughout the city, we've always got to be mindful of protecting the adjacent neighbors. I point out that landscaping detail because it's significant to the amount of protection and sound protection as well. And Councilman Coffin mentioned the ambient noise from the street, Martin Luther King alone, because I sometimes use Martin Luther King because it's quicker than US 95. Take that, NDOT. But it's significant because I drive by that parcel, and something's going to be built there. And it's difficult for us as a council to dictate, yeah, we want a Baskin-Robbins, or we want a Macaroni's Grill, or we want something. But right now you've got that whole strip, literally, except for, I think, the barber shop, and I think down on the corner is, I can't remember his name, Mr. Lee? Pat's down on the corner. But that whole strip is going to grow up one day and be something. What's it going to be? I think your plan in this picture, if this is what you're going to build, and I'm sure Councilman will hold you to it if should this get approved, might be the catalyst that shows some growth and development to maturity that Martin Luther King so desperately needs. Those other businesses to the south on Martin Luther King have struggled forever. You know it. One shop goes in, shop goes out. Another shop goes in, shop goes out. Bank of America's down there now. That's significant. So, Councilman, that part of the city on Martin Luther King is growing up, and I think that whole strip, this car wash, may be the catalyst that does it. Saying that, and then being mindful of the adjacent neighbors, to the noise, to the quality of life issues. Once you go spend a whole boatload of money, I mean, if you're not protecting your neighbors and you want to be neighbors with them, they're your friends too.
Absolutely.
They're the ones you want coming over the car wash. You may want to hire that young lady. You know, I'm just throwing that out there. But you have to, when we talk about businesses and development in the city of Las Vegas, we talk about partnering with our businesses. It would be very difficult for me not to support this. If this was on Monroe Street, if this was on Jackson Street or Van Buren Street, different story. Right. But this is Martin Luther King Boulevard. And that's significant just to the economic development of that area. And Councilman Barlow, you and I both have attended the grand opening of the incubator down there. We're trying to do everything we possibly can for business in this city. Even if it's a minimum wage job, do I like that? No, but you know what? It's more than nothing. It's somebody getting a start in life. It's somebody having an opportunity to put a few dollars in their pocket. And Mr. Hester, $22,000 a monthly payroll? That's great. I want to see that grow. But you know what? It's the ancillary stuff too, because you're going to need vendors to service your business.
Absolutely.
You're going to need to buy soap products. You're going to need to fill those vending machines. When you build this, you need to go buy some trees, some big trees to protect those neighbors. You see where I'm going with this? So it's not just that $22,000 invested in the community from payroll, it's the other stuff. And you mentioned paying your taxes. Mayor and council members, I can't imagine how much money we're receiving in taxes on this vacant parcel right now. I can't even begin to guess. But I can think about how much tax generation and revenues the city would receive, and all of the other government entities that we split that dime up with will receive because of your small business. And if we're not small business minded, if we're not proactive, and we've been talking about it for years, if we're not proactive in trying to help I'd say mom and pops, but the moms and sons, businesses get started and be successful and thrive. If it becomes a nuisance, neighbors, if it becomes a problem, I can guarantee you Councilman Barlow is going to be on the phone with Mr. Hester, Ms. West, and the Bolden Area Command, because that's not what we want to see. But I certainly want to see businesses grow. I want you to be successful. I want to see Martin Luther King grow into its full potential. Councilman Barlow, I don't know what you're going to do with this item, but I support what these folks are trying to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Ross. I have a question, Mr. Fagg. To what standards or what do we know about the noise volume that the neighbors are talking about, that the plans that Mr. Hester and his mother, Mrs. West, have as for knowing that it's on Martin Luther King, which is, yes, very heavily traveled, and knowing that it abuts Martin Luther King where that noise is. But these vacuums and other noises, have they come before you with the containment enclosure, and is that a measurable something so the neighbors can rest assured that the noise is really at a controlled level?
In terms of a measurable something or measurable decibels for the noise, we don't have anything adopted in our code relative to car washes. However, there are a number of design considerations that have been shown on the site plan that help to speak to that. First of all, Mr. Fowler was correct. The issue of the vacuums and the equipment for the vacuums was discussed at the Planning Commission meeting. On the site plan that's submitted with the application, the building plan submitted with the application, there is shown to be an equipment room for the vacuum equipment, so the motors will be located in an enclosed room, and as the applicant has stated, only the suction hoses will be outside of the building. Secondly, in terms of the design of the building itself, they've done as much as they can to help mitigate the noise issues. Number one, they've located the building up on the Martin Luther King side of the property as far west as possible, and the actual car wash tunnel is immediately adjacent to Martin Luther King, with the support spaces for the building, the administrative functions, etc., located on the east side of the property, which again helps to buffer the noise of the tunnel from the residential properties to the east. In addition, those support spaces also extend further north and south than the tunnel itself, which helps to mitigate the sound coming from the tunnel. So looking at how they've designed the building, where they've placed the building, and we've already discussed the landscaping, they've done a fairly good job of trying to mitigate the noise as much as possible.
One last question. The material of the walls that are going to contain the noise, if it's a metal and binging back and forth, and that's the containing wall, that's very different sound than some other type of material. Does it show the kind of material that the enclosure will be made of, and is it as noise resistant as possible?
In the backup materials, I show here that they are going to be using split-face CMU block, so a masonry block, which is, if the applicant will.
Yes, it is masonry
that.
block wall that we're using. So that's it's pretty. I ain't gonna say soundproof, but it's pretty solid. and reduce all the noise
Okay.
as far as from the vacuum motors.
Okay. And was there ever considered flipping the noise where the generators are to the other side, to the Martin Luther King side, or has that become an impossibility, that they have to be on the interior wall of the property, the east side, rather than the west side? It may be an impossibility, but knowing where the motors are that create the noise that is causing the possible problem.
Yeah, well, the vacuum is inside the building itself, where we house and everything, and like you said, it's approximately about over 75 feet from the east side. So it's quite a long
Quite a
ways.
distance.
Yeah,
Okay.
quite a long ways where our tunnel sits and where we're speaking of to the adjacent homes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Hester, and to all the residents of Ward 5 and those residents who have been paying very close attention to this item. This has been an item that has drawn a lot of discussion for a number of months now. You know, as I sat back listening to all of the presentations today, Mayor and Council, I was reflecting back on my days when I was a liaison working on the West Las Vegas master plan. And within the West Las Vegas master plan, the corridor study of Martin Luther King was a wish list. And within that wish list, we laid out, along with the community, specific vacant parcels. And the parcel in which you're looking at right now is one in particular that was on that list of topics of discussion. And the community in 2000, going back to 2001, they said that they wanted to see Martin Luther King fully improved, full of business and activity, because we knew even at that time that Martin Luther King was a corridor. We call it the bridge to downtown, specifically being that North Las Vegas at that time was booming in population and growth, and the only way to get into the center core to the freeways were to commute down Martin Luther King, which was not improved at that time. Moving fast forward, this council and mayor allocated the funds for Martin Luther King to go under a full renovation, underground utilities all the way up to the beautification of the landscaping, which I will always say that Martin Luther King is the most beautiful Martin Luther King in the nation. I've been to every city where there's a Martin Luther King, and I have not seen one Martin Luther King that looks like ours. So it is the most beautiful Martin Luther King in the nation. Having said that, I had staff to pull some numbers because, of course, when you're dealing with an item such as this, you need to basically deal in solid facts. And so the fact today, after the beautification of Martin Luther King, there's well over 33,838 motorists that commute Martin Luther King on a daily basis. Now, when you multiply that by 30 days, that represents over 1 million motorists a year commute down Martin Luther King. That's a lot of activity. And one thing that I noticed since the beautification and the expansion of Martin Luther King, Mayor and Council, as you all have very well seen, is, once again, going back to facts. Since the widening and the beautification, the Urban Chamber of Commerce has come into the area and established inside of the incubator, which is right off of Martin Luther King. The Nevada Health Centers, a beautiful building, which will be breaking ground June 11th inside of the Enterprise Park, right off of Martin Luther King. Dollar General, local retail market, right off of Martin Luther King. A new fire station, which will be cutting the ribbon on in July, right off of Martin Luther King. Volunteers in Medicine, fronting Martin Luther King, which could ultimately, if in fact this council moves in favor of your item, will be your neighbor right behind these residents' home here as well. Ahern Rental and the expansion that they have gone through, and they're also in the lineup to do some wonderful things at Martin Luther King. Bank of America. I'm in communications right now with a corporate presence to bring a 100,000 square foot facility. I can't name it at this time because we're in conversations, but a 100,000 square foot facility to front Martin Luther King. In conversations with developers currently to design a strip mall, which will be between your proposed site and Pat's Chinese, to come in and do a small strip mall. So what am I getting at? The strip mall will ultimately house sandwich shops, pizza shops, floral, retail. The point I'm getting at, ladies and gentlemen, is we cannot stop the growth of the community. We're talking about land that, and I grew up in this community as well, and I'm a native, but and as long as I can remember, there has never been anything on those parcels from what I can remember growing up in the community. And so I also have to take a step back and listen to the residents and identify what's good and what's bad for the community at the same time. And hearing both sides of the aisle, I received emails as well as phone calls all last week, interesting enough, from the business owners that Councilman Ross spoke of, as far as Lonnie Ralston, Max Smith, those business owners who own the strip malls just south, Pat Ginn, John Edmonds, and Frank Hawkins, business owners. And each and every one of them stated, this is something that we need to have because we need to grow our community. Now, those are the business owners speaking. Now, going back to the petition, I have, as the gentleman mentioned, just as well as everyone up here in the backup information, we have all of the signatures that came from community residents at community meetings. But also, I have individuals that have sent emails who live in your same neighborhood stating that we support it. We would like to see the development. We want our community to grow. So where does that place me? That places me in the middle to make a decision. I'm hearing from business owners saying we want it. I'm hearing from residents that say that they want it. I'm hearing from other residents, to include, of course, the adjacent property owners that are stating that they don't want it for reasons that they've stated. Having said all that, I've met with the applicant, Mr. Hester, and the first design, Mayor and Council, that he brought before me, I told him absolutely not. I'm not going for the position of the design that you're bringing before myself and the residents of this community. This doesn't work. It doesn't work because it's too close to the residents. I'm concerned about the noise. I'm concerned about the cars going through the tunnel, as well as the vacuums where you have the vacuums placed. So what I would like for you to do, at my request, is to have your architect redesign this, push that building all the way to the front, close to Martin Luther King as possible, to create a greater buffer, because currently, or at that particular time, his building sat on the east side of the property. I wanted him to move the building all the way far as west as code would allow, meaning fronting Martin Luther King. And either place the vacuums closer to the street or eliminate the noise of the generator by enclosing it. And he did that. And he says, what do you think about this? I said, this looks a little bit better, but guess what? Take it back to the community. What I can share with you is that the first meeting that you had, there were a lot of people in opposition. And the second meeting, and although, as the gentleman mentioned, I was not at those meetings, but I had staff at those meetings. And that's one thing that I do is make sure that I have representatives out of my office to attend the meetings. Because, of course, I can't attend every meeting because I have multiple meetings taking place. And I can't be in 3 and 4 places at one time. And that's the beauty of having staff that works with me very closely to continue to vet these items, because I know that these items are coming before me, and I need to make sure that I have all of the background information possible in order to accommodate the meeting before me here today. So having said that, there were less opposition that contacted my office than the first time, which is a good thing, because I'm assuming that a lot of those who were in opposition the first time were in opposition because of the location of your building. And I wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity, in all fairness to your development, to go back out to the community with a different site plan that could possibly meet the needs of what the community residents' concerns were. And you did that. In addition, I says what you need to do is make sure that you maximize your landscape, specifically buffering the residents on the east property line, which you did that. As you can see in the site plan, Mayor and Council, the building is as far as close as possible to Martin Luther King within the code with the appropriate setbacks and buffers. The vacuum is enclosed. The tunnel is extended in addition, as he mentioned, as far as creating a shell so that as the vehicles come out, the extension of the noise is even more so difficult. And the hours of operation, we talked about it. I said, this isn't a location that I want open 24 hours. So if that is the deal breaker, then so be it. Because I too, just as Mr. Collins mentioned, know how the community operates. And so for that, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., specifically going back, and this was my trigger as far as the 33,000 motorists or 34,000 motorists a day that travel Martin Luther King during hours of operation. The morning rush hour, the afternoon rush hour. And if you can stay within those hours, I think the noise will be mitigated because of the rush hour. Your noise is not going to impact anyone because the noise is already there and there's nothing that we can do about the traffic on Martin Luther King. That's why we expanded it. And you agreed to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your days of operation are what?
It'd be 7 days a week.
7 days a week.
Yeah, daytime hours only.
Daytime hours only, absolutely. And we also talked about beer and wine. So, Mayor, thank you for asking that question as far as what additional accessory uses would he be looking forward to. And as he mentioned, it would be vending machines and car products for such as the trees, the incense trees and different things like that to fragrance the vehicle. Is that correct, Mr. Hester?
Correct.
Okay. So the bigger picture is I have been looking out for the residents immediately adjacent. We can't stop development. We need the development, and it falls in line with the West Las Vegas plan. Falls right in line with the West Las Vegas plan. Going back to the decorative block, thank you. Going back to the decorative block wall around the perimeter, the height of the wall will be 8 feet. Is that accurate, Flynn? The height of the block wall?
That's what's shown in the plans that were submitted to us, correct?
And that's to code, correct?
Correct.
And the elevation of the proposed or the applicant here today is higher than the residential elevation, or is it the same? The
grade of the property?
Grade of the property. Do we know that?
Quite honestly, I don't know that from the materials that I have here in front of me.
Okay. Because what I would like to do to also assist in that is, if in fact it's at grade with the level of the residents, I would like to ask that we the eastern boundary wall be 10 feet. So how do we do that?
Actually, if we were to say the wall shall be 10 feet, that requires a separate variance under our code. However, what we could do instead is say that the wall shall be 8 feet as measured from the average grade of the subject property.
But how does that give me the height that I need to, because what I'm trying to do is mitigate even more noise.
Again,
Well,
we
the
would have to
trees
do
are-
a
the
separate
trees are
variance
fine.
application to do 10 feet, but we can do 8 feet per code.
Okay.
And again, to make sure if there's any variation in terms of the slope of the property, if it's higher on the commercial side than the residential properties, we would say that the wall needs to be 8 feet as measured from the average grade of the commercial property.
Okay, then we'll do that. And are you in agreement with that, Mr. Hester?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I want to thank the residents, those who are for and against. And I really want to thank you, Mr. Hester, for your due diligence going out and meeting with the residents. I know it was not easy. And I just wish you much success in your endeavor. And one additional condition, being that your property is open, I would like for you to install concrete bulbs, ballards, concrete ballards at your entrance and exit for after hours. Are you familiar with the ballards?
No, I'm not.
Is it bollard? The concrete bollards that you put in the driveway, and then you
Yes.
connect the chain to them so that vehicles can't pull into your driveway after hours.
Yes, that was one of the things that we did. I just didn't get to that point there. As when the property's after hours, it will have, whether we set up a chain link fence to cross over the entrance and exit.
No, I would like to see the bollards.
Okay, okay,
And you can connect from there, but I would like to see the bollards in the entry
okay,
and the exit.
okay.
I would like to make that as one of the conditions, Flynn. That way, no vehicles will be able to drive into your property after that period, because the way in which your building is positioned, the parking is on the east side.
Yes.
Now we're creating a situation for these residents and the vehicles to basically, after hours, drive back there unseen.
Yeah, I understand, sir.
Security. What type of security? As far as camera, surveillance?
Well,
Talk to me in that respect.
Well, we do have security. I actually here have, we had named 9 steps of being a good neighbor, things that we took in a lot of in consideration, and we did to make sure that we don't disturb any of the stakeholders behind us. You know, number 1 was, like you mentioned, we placed a tunnel on the east side of the property, far west side of the property. Number 2, the building design to extend beyond the exit of the tunnel, the building itself, therefore creating a buffer for the residents, and also the exit blowers is creating a buffer there. Number 3, all noise generated equipment will be housed. Number 4, the beautiful landscaping that we put throughout. Number 5, like you mentioned, the 8-foot wall between the car wash and the residents on the east side. Number 6 was the daytime operations only,
Which were?
7 to 7.
Okay.
Number 7 was on-site management, monitoring noise levels from car radios and the cleanliness of our property. I will be one of the on-site owners, so if there is any problems, I'll be on site. Number 8, access security after hours. Like you say, putting concrete
Bollards?
in, security
Or
cameras.
actually, the steel bollards. Steel bollards.
Steel bollards. We set the camera system, a surveillance system outside, security lighting also, and there'll be a security guard on premises.
Okay, and as far as the security lighting, make sure that the security lighting is placed in a way that it does not affect your neighbors to the east of you.
Yes.
Make sure that it's on premise.
Okay.
Specifically in the back, because that's an alley. You're creating an alley for yourself in the back between you and your adjacent residents in the back. So make sure that we have adequate security lighting and surveillance cameras.
Okay. And moving our south vacuum area that was against the back east wall, we moved it up against the building.
Okay. Flynn, am I missing anything?
I don't believe you are.
I'm sorry, please?
In terms of the hours of operation, those have already been identified in the conditions of approval for the special use permit. I have two conditions to add to the SDR application when a motion is made for that item. One relative to the height of the wall, and I'll give that language when we get there, and also to the bollards in the driveway.
And going back to the surveillance, you had mentioned after-hours security. Are you saying a body or cameras?
No, it'd be both. It'd be cameras on premises, and also it'd be a security guard.
After hours?
After hours, yes.
Okay. Okay. So, as you can see, we're doing all that we can to protect the community, but also open our arms to business owners that meet the qualifications of the West Las Vegas plan that we worked so hard to put together. And so, with that, Mayor and Council, and I apologize for the deliberation taking so long, but we needed to make sure we get the facts out and put the residents' minds to ease as far as the development that will be coming into the neighborhood. And so with that, I would move on item number 86. I'm sorry? Yes, I would like to take each one individually because I have to add some conditions to one of them. On the variance, I would like to move for approval, subject to all conditions on item number 86.
Thank you, Councilman. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item number 87, Councilman.
Okay, and item number 87, the special use permit. Flynn, just provide a level of clarity as far as the need for the special use permit. Is that because of the detail, auto detail?
That is correct. An SUP is required in the C1 zoning district.
Okay, great. Okay, having said that, I would like to move for approval, subject to all conditions on item number 87.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Again, motion carries. On to item 88.
And on
Councilman.
item 88, Flynn, if you will add those conditions, please, prior to my motion.
Certainly. The first added condition is relative to the wall height. Should state as follows: the buffer wall on the east perimeter of the property shall be 8 feet in height as measured from the average grade of the subject property. The second condition to be added is steel bollard shall be placed in the driveway after the hours of operation. The location of the bollard shall be with the approval of the city traffic engineer.
And could I add to that, both at the entrance and the exit that Councilman Barlow requested? Both ends, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mayor. Bart, anything from Public Works?
Thank you. This is Bart Anderson from Public Works. I tagged on to Flynn's with the traffic engineer portion.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, having said that, and with the conditions, Mr. Hester, do you agree with the conditions that have been placed before you today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With that, I would like to move to I'd like to move for approval, subject to all conditions, to include the conditions on this item. That would be my motion, Mayor.
Okay, on item 87, or is it 80? No, it's 87.
88?
88, excuse me. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. That motion
Congratulations, sir.
carries. Congratulations.
Thank you
and
very much.
hopefully the noise will be almost zero. We wish you good luck, and hopefully the neighborhood will be thrilled to death you're there.
And continue to
Good
work with
luck.
your neighbors, please. Okay, thank you, sir.
And we will now move on to item 89, which has been obeyed to May 2nd. So we move on to number 90. This is GPA 44183 General Plan Amendment, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to amend the multi-use transportation trails element of the 2020 master plan to realign an existing multi-use transportation trail from 7th Street between Bonanza Road and Stewart Avenue to 8th Street between Bonanza Road and Stewart Avenue. Again, this is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Fagg.
Flynn Fagg with the Department of Planning, and with me David Bowers with the Department of Public Works. This is essentially a cleanup item for us. A portion of 7th Street was vacated some time ago. We had identified 7th Street as the location for a multi-use trail. With the vacation of that portion of the street, what we are doing is merely moving the location of the trail over so that we still have a continuous trail system. And so staff is requesting approval of this item. The Downtown Centennial Plan has already been amended to show this new trail location, and we just need to follow through and amend our trails element of the master plan to also show this new trail location.
This trail, what is the texture underfoot?
It will be a paved trail. This is going through an urban area, and so consequently it will be a paved trail.
And will be marked by something that any driver can note? Is it green?
No, actually, this is separated from the street, and so the curb will separate the trail from the travel lanes.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody wish to be heard? Please come forward and state your name.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and I'm all for all the trails that we can get. But there's an existing trail, the old, that follows the interstate, all the way under this. There's the housing, there's the housing administrations down here. And that old trail used to go all the way to Civic Center. And I want that thing restored. That's what I want. At least until we find out what Tony Shea is going to do with that campus of all the vacant property there. Because I think the trail should somehow, if he's going to make a campus there, it should tie into that. If not, it should go down to the Civic Center and tie in with that new food, the farmer's market there. But I want that old trail restored. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Please state your name.
My name is Anthony Hodgins, and sometimes when Todd says something, I had to go along with it. He's a good boy. Yeah. He's very good for the city and the community. So most of the time, he tell y'all some very good stuff. So I hope so. Whatever it is, pass it on his behalf. Thank you.
It would never be a complete day without both of you. You really do hit the nail, sometimes very straight on. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Sometimes you're off the head, too. Anyway, at this point, I'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Barlow, you are busy today.
I know, very busy today, Mayor.
But
and
that's a good sign.
Thank you for bearing with me. Flynn, I've spoke to you about Mr. Farlow's concern before as far as the connectivity of that trail. Can you speak to that, please, as far as how we're going to reconnect it or why we are not going to reconnect it?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. Mr. Farlow, a recent graduate of our Citizens Academy of Planning, is well-versed in the city's master plan and the trails element.
That's right.
We have on our work plan for the planning department to revise the city's trails element here in the near future because there have been some changes over the years since the plan was originally adopted. What we are going to do is invite Mr. Farlow to be one of our citizen participants as we go through that process of revising our trails element. But we will be looking at that as part of the changes and corrections to be made is how can we complete those connections, especially in the downtown area.
Mr. Farlow, not that you have to get up, but you see what you get when you ask? You get put on a committee. So there you have it. So I am going to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item and second Mr. Farlow's appointment to that Trails Committee. Mayor, that's my motion.
All in one, Councilman?
All in one.
That's a very brave move. All right, there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Barlow. Mr. Farlow. Thank you, and Barlow. Wonderful. We are moving on to item number 91, GPA 43991, General Plan Amendment, Public Hearing. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment to establish redevelopment area 2 and change the future land use designation on various parcels within the redevelopment area to commercial or mixed use. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. And the Planning Commission and the staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing. Mr. Arndt, you will be speaking on this, please.
Yes, Mayor. For the record, Bill Arntz, Director, Economic and Urban Development. And with your indulgence, I'd like you to call item number 92 as well, which is a related item.
Whoops, so polled. Thank you. And that is DIR 44582, Director's Business, Public Hearing, Applicant Owner, City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, for possible action on a request for review of the preliminary plan for the redevelopment area 2 as a redevelopment area. Again, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and both planning and staff recommend approval.
Thank you, Mayor. This item, again, it's a recommendation from the Planning Commission. It's part of somewhat lengthy three-step process in order to enact a new redevelopment plan area, which we're calling Project Area Number 2. This map that you see on the overhead is a broad view showing the area that's being considered for adoption today, which is mainly 3 commercial corridors consisting of Charleston Boulevard, from, generally speaking, from Rainbow all the way west towards Martin Luther King Boulevard, Sahara Avenue extending from Rainbow Boulevard to I-15, and then Decatur Boulevard extending from Sahara to the US 95. I would point out there are a lot of colors on this map. This is showing the actual land use designations. There are a number of land uses that are being proposed to be changed, which really simplify the land use for these areas. You see here is the Charleston corridor, and you see the land use that's proposed is mixed use. We have some land uses which really take the map to the city land uses, and it's really consolidating the uses to allow a broader range of development, which we typically see in some of our larger commercial corridors. And can flip to the next slide. This is one thing that I wanted to point out. There are some residential neighborhoods that are included in the expansion area, so we can include these to invest in with possible redevelopment agency assistance. I would point out that it says on the map, and you see there, low-density residential to remain. We're not changing the land use density, I'm sorry, the land use designation for those residential neighborhoods. So if there are any residents listening or are concerned about that, this action does not change the land use for those neighborhoods. So you
You're
see
just
there,
basically looking at major streets, are you not? Major avenues.
correct. There's some
Frontage.
neighborhoods that abut these large commercial corridors, and because utilities tend to coincide with these neighborhoods, we did take a look at the plan area and did include some of these neighborhoods. The next few slides show something similar. There's a neighborhood on Decatur. This is Essex Circle, and we're not changing the land use there. You see the commercial and mixed use. Thumbing through the next slide, this is Decatur Boulevard on the southern stretch, and you see there commercial and mixed use, no residential neighborhoods. The next slide shows Sahara Avenue on the western extension of the proposed expansion area, all commercial. You see red commercial and the orange mixed use. And then with the next slide, this is the Sahara Avenue corridor. I wanted to pause on this one. There is 2 residential neighborhoods in here shown in yellow. Again, we're not proposing to change the land use. The residential land use designation will remain. And you see there the red and the orange showing the commercial and the mixed use.
Why is not that area, if you don't mind, Mr. Art, Sahara is that Arville? That is not colored in at all, that's frontage. Why isn't that going to be you know, to remain, low-density residential to remain? I can't read the streets there. But
Sure, there are some residential neighborhoods that are, but if you're looking at the large group of yellow toward the middle left of the picture, there's a lot of residential behind the commercial that fronts.
But I'm going up
Sahara.
north of Sahara. Why isn't
And the
that
north of
protected?
Sahara, I believe there's residential there as well. You can kind of see the parcels. They're small lots.
But
as
those
well.
would remain as well. You're not touching those.
We're not.
Okay.
We're not touching those.
Yes.
Well, we were only including some of the large neighborhoods which we thought were most immediately affected, and we did take some direction from Councilwoman Tarkanian on which neighborhoods she was most concerned about being impacted by redevelopment. So we did not look at that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
And then the next slide, there are a couple more, I believe. There's one. It's not shown on this map, but if I could go to the overhead real quickly. There's a small parcel that you see here in light blue, and there are actually 5 parcels located off of Meade Avenue, which have been purchased by the Fisher Brothers, an investment company out of New York City. And they as well have bought a lot of land in the area, and we were looking to recognize their investment in the property and add their parcels, which they had acquired, into this proposed expansion. This was an addition which happened subsequent to the Planning Commission meeting, and so with the second item for consideration today, we would like to add these 5 parcels, which are in blue, for this meeting and this public hearing. They are part of the map and the legal description, but that is a deviation from the maps that you had seen before you at prior meetings and at the Planning Commission. And we do have a representative of the Fisher Brothers here today if there are any questions. The neighborhood, which is to the north of those parcels, which you see here in yellow, that's low-density residential to remain, so we're not proposing to change the land use for those parcels. And we are just simply adding these 5 parcels into the area and not changing the land use. It would remain light industrial.
Does Councilwoman Tarkanian know about those 4 blues?
Yes, she does. We've had consultation with Councilwoman as well as the owner of that property has as well.
Okay. I know Councilman Barlow is going to be representing and speaking to this, and so I wanted to be sure that she had been brought into this addition.
Yes, she has.
Thank you. Councilman.
I think I'm going to have to. Are they here?
Yeah, we better inquire.
Yes, if
Yes,
the-
Councilman, we do have Jennifer Lazovich, who represents Fisher Brothers, so she's
we'll
here,
be happy to
could answer any questions or
get
maybe
their-
put a remark on the record.
Actually, I would like to get their comments on the record as far as their thoughts in relation to the expansion, the proposed expansion, so that we will have it on the public record.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here today representing the Fisher Brothers. I'd like to start by thanking Bill as well as your planning department for working with us on these 5 parcels. Fisher Brothers has a substantial investment just south of Sahara along the Rancho corridor. I should really be technically correct, just south of where the Palace Station is, along the Rancho corridor all the way touching Desert Inn. Half of our property was already included in an existing redevelopment area that you have on the books today. This redevelopment expansion will incorporate the majority of the upper half, and in between all of that, we missed 5 very, very small parcels. So in working with your planning staff and with your redevelopment agency, that was our request to include these parcels today. We are hopeful that you will include those. It's my understanding that subsequent to this, the land use will get changed accordingly through another general plan amendment that will follow, but that is not before you today.
Thank you, Brett. You keep mentioning 5 parcels, however, only 4 parcels are showing up on your map, Bill, going back to the overhead. are we missing one? Because I see how they're sectioned off, but I only see 4 parcels.
No, thank you, Councilman. It's a good question. Staff actually thought there were 4 parcels at first as well, and I don't know if
I'm
folks in
looking
the
at it
back
in
can
red.
zoom in real closely on the blue. There's actually, to the eastern edge, there's a sliver parcel, which in order to cover all the parcels, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, but there's one that runs the entire north-south span of the property, which is a sliver parcel, so that would make the 5th parcel.
And are these adjacent to and common to the rest of the Fisher property that was originally, I mean, absolutely next to it?
Yes, Mayor, if you can see, it's hard because I can't see if what I'm
Yes.
pointing to you can see. This parcel right here, and then south as you move to Desert Inn, was already all included. We also own the property north of Meade. We also own the majority of the homes in yellow, and we own everything right here in orange.
Okay, so how many acres is that approximately?
I believe it's about 90 some odd acres total, 95-ish total.
I know originally there was plan for high-rise and residential, and that's all just sort of tabled, waiting for the economy to right itself. Is that correct? Or is there a special plan for these 5 parcels?
No, there's no, at this time, no. I think we would hope that anything that we'd come forward with would be, encompassing the entire site. We have had interim uses there. Certainly, you might be familiar with Dig This. There might be other interim uses that come forward on more of the Scandia, what we all know is the Scandia site or the Fletcher Jones site. But right now, unfortunately, the market just isn't there to do the bigger single development that we were hoping for.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Arndt, I have a technical question for you as it relates to your, these 5 parcels to include the slither. Would you restate what is it that you're looking for us to do today?
Certainly. Yes, Councilman. What we're doing today is there are 2 actions. The first item is the general plan amendment, which covers all the parcels that were shaded. It does not include these 5 parcels. The second action, which is the director's item, that's to accept the preliminary plan for studying these areas for inclusion into a new redevelopment project area. For these 5 parcels, we're asking that these 5 parcels be added into that area of study. It was included in submission for this hearing. It is part of the legal description and the map, is my understanding. So it's 2 separate items. One is the general plan amendment, which is the land use for everything that was shown in the overhead. These 5 parcels, we're not changing the land use, so the first item does not concern these 5 parcels. The second item, which is the director's item to receive a report on the preliminary plan, does concern all of the parcels, including these 5 parcels. So there are 2 actions, one the land use, the second one the preliminary plan, which allows us to move to the big final step of the final plan, have a full-blown redevelopment plan, a full blight study, and that will be scheduled for a series of meetings, including public hearings, that will come back before you and the council.
So this proposed plan, has this been vetted in the community?
It has. We've had a number of meetings over the last 18 months, over a dozen meetings. We've had meetings in this neighborhood, in the Richfield Association, and in all of those affected neighborhoods. So there's been a lot of input. Between now and the final public hearing, it's our intent to hold additional hearings because this has been a long process, and we think that a lot of the community sometimes forget all the moving pieces in what we're doing since a lot of time's elapsed. So we are going to hold some more public hearings before public meetings rather, before the final public hearing before you and the council.
Okay, and the 5 parcels, were they a part of the community outreach?
We showed the map of the area. We showed the parcels in general. I'd have to go back and look at the meetings. I'm not really sure. I believe those 5 parcels may have been excluded, but again, it is a small portion of the acreage. It's adjacent to the acreage. All of the other Fisher Brother holdings were part of the community meeting. And it's my understanding from the community meetings, I attended all of them, most of the concern was related to the area in yellow, the residential neighborhood.
And although I can appreciate that, I know from a technical standpoint or viewpoint that the 5 parcels may pose a problem with basically coming in now, being that they have not gone before the public. But I would like to at least turn to council to get your input, if you will, Brad.
I don't know if I'm going to have an answer, but I have a few questions. I know this was brought to my attention about 3 or 4 weeks ago that these 5 parcels had not been included in the original maps that had been distributed. Can you explain to me now what's happened since then that makes them eligible for inclusion at today's meeting? Because it was my understanding they weren't, but obviously something's changed.
Thank you. It's my understanding what we're doing today, it's receiving the recommendation, but then we're also taking an action on the preliminary plan. We did have the general plan amendment go to the Planning Commission and then the council. At the last meeting, we actually had a similar item, which is somewhat redundant, where the council considered preliminary plans. So the council has actually already voted ahead of the Planning Commission's recommendation at the April 4th meeting and approved the preliminary plan, which is, as my understanding, is identical to the item before you, but because of the scheduling of the Planning Commission and how their recommendations move forward, we're basically repeating this step. So by repeating this step, rather than repeating it and being identical to the prior step, we wanted to take advantage of the public hearing, include these 5 parcels in the preliminary report on the second item, the director's item, which would allow us to go back through the process for the final report as well as the general plan amendment. The public's going to get another cut on the land use for these parcels should they be recommended for change. So it's my understanding, Mr. Jervik, that we're really repeating the step that we just took at the April 4th meeting. Had we not done that step, I would be hesitant to do this, but because we already had the public meeting, we heard it. This is really just amending what we already approved and adding 5 additional parcels to that preliminary plan.
If you don't mind, Councilman, I'm going to take a leave for a moment and make a phone call. I'll come back and try and answer your question a little bit better, but I need to do a little bit of research. I want to make sure that we've really crossed our T's and dotted our I's on this, because I know that with respect to expansion to redevelopment areas, there's some very specific rules. I want to make absolutely certain that we've covered them. So if you can continue on with the debate, I'll be back in just one moment.
Certainly.
Do we need to take a recess, Mr. Jervik?
I don't think so. I think I can get an answer fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I might.
Okay, why don't we, Trellis, if you could just stay for a few minutes, and we'll move on to item 93 and 94. Item 93, VAR 4446 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 64 parking spaces where 120 spaces are required. Item 94, SDR 4445 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the addition of 2 4,900 square foot shade structures, a paint booth and a vehicle prep booth, and existing chain link fencing along the north and east perimeters, barbed wire fencing along the east perimeter of it. What did I say? Barbed wire. Goodness, it's my bobbed wire. Okay, what can you do? Wire fencing along the east perimeter of an existing heavy manufacturing facility. The applicant is Extreme Manufacturing and the owner is DFA LLC. The project's located on 3.53 acres at 1415 Bonanza Road. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of both items. These items are in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, and are public hearings which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Thank you. You want to state your name again for us?
1415 West Bonanza.
And your name, I'm sorry?
Bruce Bilyeu.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward and state your name.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. First of all, I would like to compliment the applicant, Ahern, for that marvelous project that they've done all along Bonanza. I mean, they really clean it up, and not only did they clean it up, they keep it clean. I mean, that place is spotless. That being said, what I'm concerned with is the barbed wire on the east side. And the reason why I'm concerned about the barbed wire is because every time, what I'm talking about is there's a road that goes to the RJ offices there. And what I hate about concertina wire and barbed wire is when it blows. all the plastic bags and stuff start sticking to that barbed wire, and it looks terrible. So, and I'm sure, you know, Ahern keeps that place spotless, so I'm sure that they'll probably be picking up the bags as they get hooked on the barbed wire. But still, I just don't like barbed wire. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Anthony Hardy. This time I speak for myself. He's doing a good job. I don't like barbed wire, razor wire either, whatever. But the objective is, as you said, this is a very solid old building, and you are modernizing it.
This is the outside. We're adding a paint booth.
Yeah, that's what I say. But the structure itself is very strong, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of like him. I ain't too much on barbed wire, but other than that, you're looking good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ross, comments?
Yes, I just have a comment about extreme manufacturing. And Councilman Barlow, I know you know this as well as some of the other council members, but I have had the opportunity to tour this facility with Mr. Ahern, and I think it's significant that we as a city council recognize, as well as the residents of the city, we have a manufacturing plant in downtown Las Vegas. And Bruce, I don't think enough people know that, and I think you've heard me say this before. And it's kind of cool that we do. So my comment, Mayor, is this. Any council members who have not yet had the opportunity, call Mr. Ahern up, or Bruce, hook these guys up to go tour that facility, because your eyes will be open. I even want our Public Works Director to go through and see it as well as our Planning and Development Director, because Betsy, there's some incredible things that are turning out of that place that is really neat to see happening in the city of Las Vegas. So I just want to make that comment, Mayor. I really like what they're doing over there, and not enough people know about this.
Thank you.
Mr. Ahern's toy shop, you mean?
That's it.
Yeah, it really is. Okay. Wonderful, and I know he loves being there more than being anywhere else. Your point well taken with the bags. I don't like how they look either. So here we are, Councilman Barlow. Back to you one more time.
Yes, Mayor. As Councilman Coffin says, Ricky, get back to work. It seems like it's been a day of Barlow today.
It's Barlow Day. Item 93.
Mr. Billieu, is it 93 or 94, Mayor?
93,
and
then 94.
Okay. The barbed wire, is that already in place?
Yes, it's been there since 1960 something.
So you're just catching up?
Well, we'd just like to leave it there, and when we went through staff and they wanted us to recommend that we showed you exactly what we were going to recommend leaving.
And what is the height of the fence?
6 feet with, I think it's about a 2 foot of the barbed wire.
So 8 feet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any issues at all?
We haven't, other than people cutting the bottom of it and trying to get in.
What's on the east and west side of the fence?
The east side is the driveway into the Review Journal.
Okay, so
And
there's
on the
no
west
parking
side,
on that wall,
no parking
on that street?
And the other
Okay.
side will be this new canopy and system that we're putting in now.
Okay, so pedestrians?
None.
Okay, so that's eliminated due to what's on the east and the west? Okay.
I mean, I'm sure they could walk there, but
No, I'm saying, but it's not
there's not a paved sidewalk or
a
any
paved
type of
sidewalk or anything like that?
planned access for public.
Okay, so it's just a buffer between one property and the next?
Yes, sir.
And for the safety and security of?
And I think there's about a
your
4-foot
equipment.
separation between the actual fence and the actual street.
Okay.
On the east side.
Okay. And it's also an industrial area, manufacturing zoning. Okay. With that, I am going to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions on this item.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. Item 93. Please post. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll ask for a bag patrol. Item number 94, Councilman.
And for item number 94, Mayor, I will move for approval, subject to all conditions on this item. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. There's a motion here on 94. Please vote. Please post. Again, motion carries. Thank you very much.
And if anyone else would like to come by and take a look at our facility, we'd be more than happy for any
It
tours.
is. It's a
We're
wonderful
really
tour.
excited about it.
It's a wonderful tour.
Thank you very much.
Almost better than Disneyland. Okay. Councilman, back to, Mr. Jerbick, are you going to report your findings, please?
Thankfully, I have a staff that's much smarter than I am. They were on top of it, and they have reported that it is okay for these 5 parcels to be voted on today.
So we can do that swiftly, Mayor.
Yes, please, Councilman
Okay.
Barlow.
My motion would be to move to follow staff's recommendation approval of this item subject to all conditions.
This is item 91.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. There is a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries, and let's move on to item number 92, Councilman Barlow.
And number 92, under the director's portion, I will move to follow staff's recommendation of this item subject to all conditions, and would like to thank Mr. Arndt and, of course, the Fisher Brothers for their proposed developments coming forward. Looking forward to seeing some progress soon, hopefully. So thank you, gentlemen, so very much. And, of course, Jennifer, thank you.
Excuse me, turn your, yes.
So this is Jennifer Lazovich. Will your motion include adding the 5 parcels?
Yes, that is a portion, that is a part of the motion, that it will, following staff's recommendation, to include those 5 parcels that have been brought before us here today. That is my motion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Arndt. And we are now on to 95, or did we do that?
98.
95, wow. This is item number 95, EAR 44447, variance public hearing, applicant owner Jeff and Galen Bassler for possible action on a request for variance to allow a 3-foot rear yard setback for a second-floor balcony on an existing single-family residence where 10 feet is required on a .08 acres at 3016 Yankee Clipper Drive. Wow, congratulations. This is in Ward 2. Councilman Beers, this is yours. Uh-oh. The staff recommends denial and Planning Commission approval. You got a split vote here. Councilman Beers, well, let me go on. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant present?
She's having surgery and her husband's with her in California today. So I am the contractor that designed the property, and I'm
Your
here
name,
representing
please.
today. My name is Mark McGee,
Of?
2634 Westwood Drive, Shermack Builders.
Okay, thank you very much. Before Councilman Beers, is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none. Now, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. These poor people have been working on getting approval from our city to erect this patio for almost 11 months, so without any further ado, I would move to accept Planning Commission approval.
Way to go. 11 months?
A very
Oh.
long time.
A very long time.
Might be 10. I might be rounding.
It's unbelievable. All right, there's a motion to approve. Please vote. Please post.
Sorry
Item carries.
sorry to disrupt your monopoly, Councilman Martin.
No, we wanted to hear from our new councilman. Okay.
Well, and Madam Mayor, I would extend the full council's best wishes on Mrs. Bassler's rapid recovery.
Absolutely, we agree. Thank you very much, Councilman. And item 96 has been obeyed to the 16th of May, if I'm correct there. And item 97 has been obeyed to May 2nd. So we will move on to item number 98, SUP 4443, special use permit, public hearing, applicant Las Vegas Boulevard Tattoo, owner Garces Venture LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a tattoo parlor, body piercing studio at 630 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. The Planning Commission and the staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present? All right. Anyone wishing to be heard on applicant? or representative?
I'm in opposition.
Oh, okay, so this is public hearing. Please state your name for the record and your comments, please.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Jonathan Schwartz. I'm the owner of Las Vegas Boulevard Development and Parcel 155 LLC. Myself and my family own approximately 70% of the block directly across the street from this property, fronting Las Vegas Boulevard, Garces Gas, and 4th Street. We are vehemently opposed to this special use permit. This kind of use is incompatible with our property. We have 40,000 square feet of office on that property along with surface parking. The property, when it's occupied, will house at least a couple hundred employees. You all are probably familiar with the property. This used to house the Las Vegas City Building Department. And years before that, it was also a bank. So it's been a long-standing office user there for my entire life. And my family and I have owned it for over 10 years now. I've been trying to lease that property for in excess of 2 years. Time and time again, I'm told by government users, large law firms, that they do not want to be close to tattoo parlors, bail bondsmen, and other non-professional users such as those. This type of use makes my job very, very difficult. And I'm told, and I even have it in writing, I believe I supplied it to members of the council. I'll just read excerpts from 2 of these letters. One is from the GSA. The government has determined that your proposed location will not satisfy the minimum requirements of our client agency and thus will not be solicited because it's not located in an area with professional surroundings, close proximity to pawn shops and adult bookstores. And I would extend that to tattoo parlors as well. Here's a letter from Carpenter and Robbins, which is a consultant for a government agency for the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. The building proposed at 731 South 4th Street is within the prescribed delineated area. However, the survey team determined the site to be unacceptable for the following reasons. The building is located across the street from 2 bail bondsmen, a pawn shop, and an adult bookstore / strip club, creating an unprofessional environment that is not satisfactory to the government. We want to encourage businesses, large office users, law firms, government agencies to come downtown. The first letter that I mentioned with regard to the GSA was the Department of Justice offices. They don't want to be close to these kinds of uses. I have an 1.5 acres there with 40,000 square feet. To me, it seems to make no sense to grant an SUP for a 2,000 square foot user at the expense of a 1.5 acre downtown property with 40,000 square feet when I'm told over and over and over again they don't want to be next to this type of use. So I would respectfully request that council deny this application.
Thank you. Any comments from public before I give it to you? Please come forward and state your name. Your microphone is not on. Push the button. It says mic, M-I-C. Yes, you're not on yet. It says M-I-C. Your eyes are not doing it for you.
Oh, okay.
There you are.
Excuse me. Not too bright, whatever. Thank you. Tattoo parlors, they're kind of like in a world of their own, you understand? And I admit it's kind of one of the most growingest things we got in our country. Like I said, depending on the neighborhood, as the man said, and the businesses adjacent, and if you have a large amount of business that is already there and established, and to bring this one entity in, and it could be disturbing to the rest, take a long look at it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing none. Councilman Coffin, this is yours.
Your Honor, I do not know the applicant, but the applicant got it through the Planning Commission unanimously with staff approval. I don't want to approved today without the applicant here, so I will not move for approval. But before we get into that discussion, and I don't want to belabor this too long, Your Honor, I'm getting fed up with the tattoo parlor scene. But, you know, it's a business. I'm trying to figure out how we approach this business. Free market says let anybody come in and do whatever they want, wherever they want, and eventually they'll fail because there's going to be too many of them, which I hope. But I really need to know where we stand on the tattoo parlor business. Flynn has prepared a map for us to show us just how many there are. I think maybe you've noticed a real growth of them. And this is just a map of the tattoo parlors in the downtown area. Their choice of names, yes, and we'll have to ask this applicant about that when he comes. But how many are there now right in that cluster? All right.
Waiting for a mic.
I can't repeat that. Flynn, can you, yeah, you have to pull back out because.
Okay, thank you. Now the mic is on. I have a map here on the overhead. We were requested to research how many tattoo shops that we have in the immediate area of this request. The applicant who is under request for a special use permit today is located here in the red box. Looking at the immediate area, we have one tattoo parlor located one block to the south in the 700 block of Las Vegas Boulevard, and then we have another tattoo parlor located one additional block further south in the 800 block of Las Vegas Boulevard. We have two locations here on Charleston Boulevard, two additional locations here further south of Charleston Boulevard, and then one location up here on Carson Avenue. And so you can see from this radius, this is a 2,500-foot radius from the subject property, how many tattoo parlors we have in the immediate area.
Are they already in that red block, or that's where they want to locate?
The red box is where they would like to be. That's the application that you have before you right now.
And currently it's vacant, correct?
And it's currently vacant, correct.
Your Honor, this, well, I suppose it fits our code in terms of being, you know, where the applicant wants it to be. That property's come down quite a bit. This council has approved a 55-story building, multi-use building, if I'm not mistaken, in the past, and held that permit right up until a year ago. Why did they lose that, by the way, Flynn?
I'm sorry, I need to.
The landowner, well, you know, probably we all kind of know it's financing would be my guess, but why didn't they continue to try to research or continue to try to keep the permit? I mean, I would think they would have kept looking for extensions.
Yeah, I'm showing from my backup information here that the applicant did not request an extension of time. There's no reason stated why.
Oh, okay. The owner, the landowner.
The landowner.
Okay. I don't know the landowner, don't know the applicant. I think they should have their day in court here. They've paid $1,000 for the permit to get this far. So I think it's something for, it's food for thought, Your Honor, because there is another one pending. The Stratosphere Hotel has one pending that probably will not be on the street, but be off somewhere else inside their premises. That's a different thing. We got an ugly tattoo parlor near my house, which has a horrible name on it, a very, very offensive name to women.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
Please. Since you own the property and you are opposed to this, why did you agree to it?
He doesn't own that property.
Oh, you don't own the...
No.
You own the property across the street?
Correct. And
Thank
it's
you.
this
Sorry.
type
I
of
thought you
use.
owned that whole acreage and had leased out the pizza parlor, and this was yours as well.
I own the acreage across the street.
Yeah. Anyway, Your Honor, I think, Mr. Schwartz, your point is well taken, certainly.
Thank you.
You've given us what you think, and I understand it. So as you can see, I'm getting a little bit upset about it, but on the other hand, I've got to figure out, and the council should begin to think on some of these things as they proliferate. How many do you need? And, or, you know, is it economic sense to just go ahead and let people fly away at these things on a boulevard like Las Vegas Boulevard, where you have just about anything going? So I think we should obey this for at least 2 weeks, if not a month. They've paid their dues. They need to come back. So what would be best, Flynn, going back to the first meeting in May or the 18th of May?
With the approval of the city clerk, the 5-2, is that okay? Okay. So, Mr. Councilman, to the May 2nd city council meeting.
I move that we obey this item number 98 today, SUP 44443, to May 2nd.
Thank you, Councilman. Does that mean we are expected to notify them since they're not here?
Actually, the applicant was notified at the Planning Commission meeting that the item would be heard today at City Council. So we will go ahead and reach out to them again to make sure that they're aware of the abeyance to the May 2nd meeting.
They might be sick. You never know.
Mayor?
I hear you, but where are you? There you are.
I'm just floating over here in Never Never Land. With your permission, and Councilman Coffin, I semi-support where you're going, but I don't support the use in this location. It bothers me that Mr. Fagg has notified the applicant, and they're not here. I am not in support of this. I'm ready to kill it now, before it, and not support your prolonged death. That's my position on this, because I think, I believe that, Las Vegas Boulevard's changing, and I'm not supportive of this kind of use right there. And I know, there's some great legitimate tattoo shops in town. But goodness sakes, I'd like to see this cleaned up a little bit better. I'm kind of having flashbacks to Martin Luther King Boulevard right now. I'm ready to kill this thing right now, Councilman, so I'm going to vote against your motion.
Your Honor, just to correct the record, I have not made up my mind on this issue.
He's changing his mind and is going to support your motion.
Thank you.
All right, so anyone else on the council wishing to make comment? All right, there's a motion, please vote. This is to obey it to May 2nd. Please post. All right, that motion is obeyed to May 2nd. We will now move on to, do we take item 61 before we take item 99, or do we take 99 first?
No, ma'am, you take 99 first, and then once that motion's been completed, then they can move on to item 61.
Thank you. This is SUP 44448, special use permit, public hearing, applicant AK Inc., owner 7-Eleven Inc., for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 9-square-foot accessory packaged liquor off-sale use within an existing 2,640 square-foot convenience store at 1705 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial, and Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name's Mark Hawkins. I'm at the law firm of Fenimore Craig. The address is 300 South 4th Street, Suite 1400. And I am here on behalf of AK Inc., and they are the franchisee of the 7-Eleven that currently operates at the southeast corner of Oakey and Las Vegas Boulevard. You can see there. Here with me in the audience is the principal owner of AK Inc., Mr. Aman Singh. And so if you have particular questions for him, you're more than welcome to answer those. But as I stated before, this is at the southeast corner of Las Vegas and Boulevard and Oakey. And it's an existing 7-Eleven store, operating store. We're asking, as you noted, the special use permit for the purpose of allowing accessory packaged liquor sales to be done in our store. By code, there's a 10% allowance of retail floor space that you can merchandise this product. We've agreed to scale that back to actually 9 square feet within the store itself. And the location that we take that or place the merchandise is right behind the counter, so there's no public access, direct access to it. We think that's the best way to ensure safety in the store and around the surrounding neighborhood. As you noted, the Planning Commission voted unanimously in approval and actually commended our client, Mr. Singh. He operates a very tight shop. He's been awarded several awards by 7-Eleven corporate for, in fact, this last year, he was commended for the cleanest store in the Las Vegas Metroplex, and he does a fantastic job. And so we're basically here to take any questions and seek approval of our SUP.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Fagg, what was the staff reason for denial, please?
The staff recommendation for denial was merely the saturation of liquor uses there in the immediate area. As you're aware, there is a convenience store located immediately north of this across the street. There's also a convenience store, and then the drugstore on the west side of the street also at that time had liquor available there too.
But
And
no
so-
more, because it's gone White Cross we're speaking?
At this point in time, yes.
Yes. Okay. Is that grandfathered in? Should liquor sales be grandfathered in? So should White Cross drugs be purchased?
As long as the use is not out of business for longer than 6 months.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a public hearing which is open. Please come forward and state your name if you wish to be heard.
Thank you, Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. It seems to me at the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant said that he would do considerable landscaping if this is approved. If I'm correct, I don't have my notes, so I wish that he would address that, please, because this is a real visible corner, to say nothing. And well, I just think that it really needs to have a real nice landscaping around it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this? This
Your Honor.
is packaged. This is not singles, correct? Only packaged. No single sales. Okay.
Your Honor.
Okay. Yes,
Your Honor.
Councilman.
Thank you. I looked at this, of course, quite closely because it's in my neighborhood, and the neighborhood has been nervous around there for all sorts of things, pawn shops and liquor. A few hundred feet away from there, Bell's Market received the permission from the council to sell liquor in a small square footage allotment, a little bit larger than this, but not much. I've been a customer of Mr. Singh's, as have hundreds of the neighbors. He's very well liked, and he has quite a bit of support on this issue. That's why you don't see a lot of people here against it. On the other hand, there are some that are opposed, as there would be in any case. There's a division. But I think in this case, we have a long-time business person who's delivered good product, fair priced, and he's having a problem. 7-Eleven is pulling out, has already pulled out all their gasoline tanks, leaving him in a bit of a bind because we want to keep him in business there. We don't want him to starve. And without the gasoline sales, he needs something additional to help supplement his revenue. Now, at that corner, which is very close to, well, it is on the boulevard. It's a busy place. It's right next to a large wedding chapel. There's no objection from them. There are people that feel like this is appropriate, and that I'm going to support it. There is backlash against this somewhat because of the permission to Bell's Market. However, I think that you, Your Honor, will be pleased to know that this corner is coming back to life. Now, Harry O's, his great barbecue place, has been doing okay. He's closed for remodeling right now. But even more importantly, I can announce today that there is an agreement between the owner of Bell's, which has been getting some bad press around the neighborhood, and the landlord of the corner where the White Cross drug is, that James Shoshani is going to move in and lease the White Cross drug and establish a market in there, which is something this neighborhood has desperately needed for years. So there's good news in the midst of all this. People that didn't like James, of course, then might transfer their dislike to Mr. Singh. But in fact, I think James is leading the way, Mr. Singh right with him, in keeping that corner alive. So I have no objection to this, but I thought it would be a good opportunity to tell you this good news, because it's good news for the whole neighborhood and lots of people who frequent the area. I will move for approval unless the members have some questions. Mr. Singh is in the audience, standing there if he needs to be questioned. So if nobody else has any questions, then I will move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. Please post.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Need some abstentions.
And I hope Councilman Arlovitz remains there.
We have
Yeah, there were
enough?
4.
You know, Your Honor, if I can just say in between our next item and this one, that corner is historic for me because I grew up in the neighborhood, been there 60 years. So I can recall when your former mayor, Ron Lurie, was a box boy at the Marketown grocery store, and his daddy Art owned it, and who are still around, about 90 years old. And I was a little punk kid around the neighborhood, and Lurie was a kid to look up to. And you could see he became something like you. Well, that goes back a long way. Box boys are pretty much out of style. But that's where the Myers Market was. It's been
Right,
closed
and
for
that
so
was a
many
great
years.
market and
Yeah.
much needed to have
Yes,
someone
it
come
was.
back and do it again.
So that old part of town really needs it, and it's getting it, so.
Thank
we're
you.
happy.
We will move on now to item 61, that's compatible. Discussion for possible action to approve a change of ownership for a packaged license, subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes, from the Vons Company, Inc. to AK Incorporated DBA 711 Stores Number 25586D, 1705 South Las Vegas Boulevard. And that, again, is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. Applicant present, or
Yes, we are.
representative,
Yes.
thank you. And this also obviously then becomes public hearing, so anyone wishing, no public hearing on this one, sorry, gentlemen. I see our, Ms. Duddleston, please go forward.
Thank you, Your Honor. Karen
I
Duddleston,
forget
Business
what I said,
Licensing
Karen.
Manager. This application is for the transfer of a liquor license. The applicant, Mr. Singh, already holds a liquor license from the City of Las Vegas and has been previously found suitable from the council, so this is prepared for final action.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I move for approval of this item.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you very much. Motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations on this. Yes. sir.
There's more. I keep adding PSs to that statement. You know, that market, this is not your thing now. Across the street at the White Cross location, hopefully to be a market. I want to tell you that we need to commend our staff in code and planning for helping move this along, because it's an old building, and you and I both spoke in our campaigns last year about the need to try to be forgiving and flexible as we try to reestablish business in buildings that are 40, 50, 60 and more years old, in order that we keep commerce moving. And they're doing their very best without compromising safety of the customer or any other occupant. So far, so good on White Cross.
That's good news indeed. And I do recall, though, if you just listen, not that you have to do anything, but an occasional tree somewhere planted to make it look much more beautiful. You'll make this gentleman smile. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, we'll move on to item 100, SUP 44651, Special Use Permit, Public Hearing, applicant Andre Agassi Foundation for Education, owner City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for special use permit for an alternative parking standard for 192 parking spaces where 222 spaces are required for an existing school at 1201 West Lake Mead Boulevard. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. And is there anyone representing the Andre Agassi? And yes, please. And you have to turn on your microphone, which, there you got it. I'll turn my.
Francisco Aguilar with the Andre Agassi Foundation for Education, 3883 Howard Hughes Parkway, 8th floor.
And I'm Roger Freeman, Superior Engineering Services, 7464 West Sahara. We've done the traffic study, the parking study, the traffic study update for this project, so shoot your questions at me.
Thank you very much. Did you want to make some comments to this first, and then we'll have public hearing?
Sure. The reason for the request today is the school was originally planned to have about 675 students. However, throughout the last 10 years of the school's existence, we've had a continuous growth in our waiting list that averages about from 1,200 to 1,500 each year. Andre felt that it was incredible. We were serving 675, but we were really failing the 1,500 who weren't allowed to attend our school. So our thought was if we could increase enrollment, we'd be able to make some headway into alleviating the pressure of the waiting list. So we are currently at about 1,000 students. We'll increase another 250 once we're able to make the modifications that we need to do to accommodate additional students. So,
thank you. This is a public hearing. Please come forward and state your name.
My name is Anthony Hart. I live 123 David. Mr. Andre Agassi is doing such a wonderful job, and we're talking about education and make this is the future. These young people that they specialize in. In fact, I think they sent one young man up to the military academy. Hey, come on down the road. The objective is anything Mr. Agassi do, as far as I'm concerned, is a great improvement to our community and to our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing none, is there a motion, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, there is. But prior to the motion, Mayor, I would like to ask a question for clarification as far as the expansion of the additional classrooms is what you're looking to do.
Yeah.
Can you expound on that?
Sure. We're not adding to the existing facility. What we're doing is reconstituting some of the space that currently exists in the facility. When we reconstitute and reclassify it as classroom, it increases the requirement for parking. And so we are converting some of the space into additional classrooms. We are taking some, when the school was first built, it was an elementary school building. We have since added the middle and the high school, the cafeteria, the gym. However, in the original elementary school building, there was administrative space that's no longer needed. We can use that space to for classrooms.
And where exactly on campus will this be taking place is what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, in the elementary school, which was the original building built in 2001. And there will be some modifications in the middle school as well.
And how many classrooms total will be converted from office to classroom?
There's 3 middle school classrooms added and 4 high school classrooms added. That makes an additional 45 parking spaces that are required, 36 for the high school and 9 for the middle school. When I was out there looking, I couldn't believe how much parking was available. So I called the planning department and said, what's your gripe? What's the problem? I don't see any problem out here. And they said, well, they referred me to 3 different people, and finally they said, well, you're adding classrooms, so you need to add parking spaces. And I said, has anybody gone out to look at how much excess parking's out there? And they said, no, and I suggested they do. I went out 3 times and counted the parking spaces, and city staff went out 4 times. We agreed there's an average of 88 empty parking spaces out there where 45 are needed, so there's almost twice as many empty parking spaces as what is being required. So again, I asked, why are you even asking?
Flynn, can you answer that? And in addition to that, at the second question I have is, why a special use permit versus a variance, a parking variance?
Certainly, I'd be happy to answer those questions. Before I do, I also want to point out that Mr. Aguilar is also a graduate of our Citizens Academy of Planning, but unfortunately could not attend the ceremonial item this morning. So congratulations, Francisco. Going back to Councilman Barlow's questions relative to the parking requirements, as the engineer has stated, our code requires parking for schools' facilities based on the number of classrooms. The reason why this is a special use permit rather than a variance application is we amended the code about 1.5 years ago to allow for a parking exception upon the submittal of a signed and sealed parking study. And we're embarrassed to admit this is the actual first application that we've had come in under this new code requirement. And so what it allows the applicant to do is whenever there is an operation that is different than what we typically see, and for example here at the Academy, they have many fewer who rely on private transportation to arrive at the school, but rather either walk, dropped off, and even the staff members themselves may take public transportation. And so as the study shows that is included with this application, their parking need is much less than what we would see at a standard school. And so that's why we have a special use permit, and upon the approval of the signed and sealed parking study, we can move forward with a much lesser parking requirement.
Okay. Having said that, Mayor and Council, if there's no other comments, I'm ready for a motion.
No other public comments? Questions from the council? You're clean.
Okay. I will move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Happy extra, less spaces. And congratulations to you. We missed you this morning, but we're very proud of you.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we'll move on to item 101, which will be followed by item 62. This is DIR 43733, Director's Business, Public Hearing, Applicant Owner, City of Las Vegas for possible action on request regarding the adoption of the Meadows Walkable Community Plan. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission and the staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Fagg, some comments as to this, please.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Flynn Fagg, Department of Planning. It is with much joy that we bring our second walkable community plan before you for approval here today. As I indicated, our first walkable community plan was the Sahara West plan, which we approved late last year in Ward 2. This is the second one, the Meadows Walkable Community Plan, which is located in Ward 1 and centers on the area immediately south of the Meadows Mall and is bounded by Valley View on the east, Decatur on the west, and Charleston on the south. We began meeting with residents back in 2009, taking their input in terms of the improvements that they would like to see in their neighborhood relative to walking and bicycling. And we received a lot of good comments, things such as, you know, I would like to walk more in my neighborhood, but I don't feel safe after dark because there's not enough lighting on the streets. Or another individual who said, you know, I would walk more, but I'm older and I need to take a break, so it would be nice if we had benches along our sidewalks periodically. And so with those comments, we developed the plan, and what we have before you includes a total of 47 recommendations for improvements to the sidewalk network and bicycle paths and the addition of street trees within that neighborhood, and improvements to crosswalks as well. The councilwoman and her staff have been great supporters of this, as well as all of the neighborhood associations in the area. Our Public Works Department already has looked at the recommendations that we have and has a number of them that we can begin to implement here shortly. And we would just simply request your approval of this walkable community plan at this point in time. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And Councilman Barlow did speak with Councilwoman Tarkanian, I know is ready to proceed. This is public hearing. Anybody would like to come forward? Please.
Anthony Hart just went to Teresa Davis. You're talking about people walking and exercising and all. That's a good thing. We all need to get out and kind of exercise. So that's anytime you create something to make people exercise, it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendations, subject to all conditions on this item.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the compatible 62-item agenda. Resolution R33-2012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution adopting the Meadows Walkable Community Plan, which focuses on the neighborhood generally located within a half-mile radius of the intersection of Essex East Drive and K Place. Again, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Do we want to read this item? I guess we will. This resolution will formally adopt the Meadows Walkable Community Plan, which focuses on the neighborhood generally located within the half-mile radius in the intersection of Essex East and K Place. The plan is intended to serve as a guiding document designed to offer walkable components to enhance existing community amenities within that neighborhood. The plan is scheduled to be considered for approval by the City Council during the afternoon session of its April 18, 2012 meeting. Any comments, Mr. Fagg, please?
We would just ask that you approve the resolution. This is in support of the Walkable Community Plan.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow, on behalf of Councilwoman?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation, subject to all conditions on this item.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we move on to item 102, DIR 42928, Director's Business, non-public hearing, applicant owner Montecito Companies for possible action on a request for required review of development report as required by subsection 5.1 of that certain development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the Montecito Town Center, LLC, dated April 3rd of 2002 on 2.17.50 acres generally located southeast of Elkhorn Road and El Captain Way. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. The staff recommends approval. Is the applicant present? Councilman Ross?
Yeah, I would follow staff's recommendation for approval. Mr. Fagg, do you need to add anything to that?
Just, I need to point out for informational purposes, the applicant actually does not need to be here for this item. This is a report by staff on whether or not the applicant is in compliance with the terms of the development agreement, and we have found them to be so, and so consequently we're recommending approval of this review.
That's my motion, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Agenda item number 103. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and the appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Okay, thank you. And this is item 104, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject's on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed to speak, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Would you please come forward and state your name? We will start off. Please state your name. Make sure your microphone is on.
My name is Anthony Harden. I live 123 Sedavid. I want to thank the City Council and this great city of Las Vegas, Nevada, and all the people, and I want to thank even our great nation. My wife is very sick, and so I'm going to be giving it up and spend all my time with her. And if all goes well, in the fall in September, I'll try and return if all goes well. But meanwhile, I just want to say thank you over the years. There's something happened today that reminded me of something, and Mr. Corbin, you are involved. You talked with Gene Collins, y'all both were legislators. Was you there when they created the Homeowners Association years ago? So, but Gene said he was there. Well, anyway, the Homeowners Association, to me, has been very hard on senior citizens because a lot of them, they don't read and write a lot, and they don't look at their mail because they're senile and whatever. And the homeowners association have been trying to throw a lot of them out of their homes for some homeowners fees that sometimes only be worth maybe $1,000 or $1,500, whatever, and they want to force these old people to give up their homes. The senior citizens should never have to give up their home, especially when they're 70, 80, 90. You know what I'm saying? They need to live out their days and their home, period. And some home associations saying they owe them $2,000 or $3,000, want to, lean on their house. That's not funny. And so the homeowner association, the state had taken some of the rights away from them because they had too much power. They were doing everything short of going inside your house. You know what I'm saying? And so all that's what I'm saying. I want them to be able to look out for our senior citizens. Because, as I said, a lot of them are getting old and senile and whatever, you know what I'm saying? And so I don't want anything wrong to be, troubling them in their late age. I ain't exactly no spring chicken myself, but anyway, as I said, I appreciate it coming down here over the years. And if I happen to be alive come this fall, I'll try and come back and harass you again, whatever, and hoping for the better that my wife get well, because I'm really concerned about her. She's very sick, and 52 and a half years is a long time to stay with one lady, especially her putting up with me being an only child, so leave that alone. But anyway, there are two candidates has been set for running for the president, the president and Mr. Romney, whatever. These two guys, here's my opinion. I never pick anybody just yet, but Romney is a capitalist and a realist, and Obama is a socialist and whatever presidents do. So the objective is, I'm not against either one of the men, but my main concern is always the destination of our nation. And right now it don't look that good. And I don't want either one of them to send it over no cliff. That's all I got to say. And may we all have a good day. Thank you.
We wish your wife the best, good health, and hopefully you will be back sooner than the fall. And just take her our prayers. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward and state your name.
Yes, please. Is this on?
It's
now?
on. Yes, it's
Okay,
on.
great. My name is Susan Wade, and I've been...
Excuse me, you'll have to get right up close
All
to it
right.
because we can't hear. Thank you.
My name is Susan Wade, and I've been living in Las Vegas since 1973, and worked for 38 years here, carrying a tray and as a showroom photographer. And I'm a senior citizen now. So in any case, on February 24th, I was humiliated and terrorized and literally kidnapped off the sidewalk by two Metropolitan Police officers. They worked in tandem. They each offered me a place to live and pay them rent. I said no. So they humiliated and terrorized me. Particularly the one officer, Armando Leija, his name is, and he was working in tandem with Alan D-O-N-G, Dong. And apparently, if you don't rent from these two guys, you're in big trouble. They chained me up, arrested me for something I didn't do, and brought me downtown. And ultimately, I couldn't figure out what they had arrested me for, what he had arrested me for, Mr. Leija, because there was nothing he could charge me with. In any case, ultimately I was charged with, the ticket said, it said jaywalking. It's been a long day. I've been waiting here all day to speak. Anyway, it was a horrible experience, and I was traumatized to the point where the next day I couldn't move. And it was involuntary. My body was shaking for 2 days, and I couldn't stop it. Leija took 40 minutes to get downtown here. He said, "I'm driving the long way," and I'm going to quote him, and it's not pretty, because I asked him, I said, "Where are you going?" I didn't know what he was going to do to me. And he said, "I'm driving the long way because I get off on this. My pants are wet." Literally, that's what he said to me. I'm sorry to have to share that, but you know what? That's what he said to me. And it got worse from there. And I tried to sort of calm him down. I could see he was out of control. You know, he's like a loose cannon or something. And I said, you know, my son left a medical career to go in the Marines and died for this country and people like you. And it sticks in my craw because you're a creep. And I just told him straight up, you know, because I just, I can't tolerate this anymore. My son, my poor son, he died, a beautiful baby boy, for nothing. So talented, so beautiful. And anyway, it just doesn't make any sense to me. And so I just thought you should know, and I notified Internal Affairs, and they have not gotten back to me. I've called and called
We will,
them.
okay, we will follow up with that. We have your card.
Yeah,
First of
no,
all,
I wrote you a 10-page report on it, and I thought I was going to die. It took me all day to write it. I had to relive this whole thing.
If that did come in, I had not seen it yet, and I don't know when it came into my office. I know you gave me something this morning.
Yeah, well,
And
yeah.
so that's what I have, and of course, we've been here all day, so I haven't had a chance.
Right,
But
I know
first of
everybody's
all,
exhausted. I know I am, but
okay, well, I'm sorry you had to wait all day. I do want to.
that's okay. But I did get injured from all this.
Well, and I do want to say to you, first and foremost, your son did die. It's tragic, and what a horrible loss. But the sacrifice he made was for the freedom of this country. And so he didn't die in vain by any means, and you have to be very proud of the young man you raised, who gave his life in defense of our liberties, and that goes without question. And regarding this incident that you had, you have done the right thing, is to contact the Metro Internal Affairs. And I'm going to ask our Mayor Pro Tem, who spent 29 years in the Metropolitan Police Force, to please see if he can just follow up, or we'll give it to Mrs. Coynes to follow up and make sure that you get a response for them. And just feel sorry for the incident, but not knowing the details either, other than what you've told us, but it really is within the realms of the internal affairs of the Metropolitan Police Department.
Right. And
So
it's
we
my
wish you, I'm sorry you had to wait all day. I mean, it's
know.
been a long one, I know.
Yeah, it's my understanding that Lehigh owns, through his family, 9 different houses. It's a lot of
Wow.
money coming in every month.
Wow. Well, be
Anyway,
safe
it's
going out,
just-
take care of yourself, and again, be very proud of your son. What a
Oh, I
sacrifice.
am. He was very idealistic, and you know, loved this country and
Well, that's
everything
because
so
you
much.
brought him up right.
Well,
So, thank you.
I'm telling you, yes,
Thank
I
you.
did.
Thank you. And you will be hearing from us either from Ms. Coynes, we'll follow up, yes? And then if not, Mayor Pro Tem Anthony.
Yeah, just
Okay?
one other thing I wanted to add. I work 2 jobs most of the time to raise both of my kids. My daughter graduated from Temple University with 2 degrees. I want you to-
Excellent. The
I mean,
genes
I'm
are
no
good, and you
schmuck.
were a good mom. You did your
Yeah, I'm
job.
not a-
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else on public hearing, please?
Yes, thank you, Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Barlow and Councilman Anthony, you've got some real problems at that Metro, and I mean, it's coming back, and I mean, we're the ones that fund it. The other thing is, there's no venue in which you can express your opinions with Metro. Their first Tuesday meeting, and I can tell you, I don't do anything to get thrown out. And they actually threw me out of the first Tuesday because they didn't want to hear what I had to say. But anyway, going on with that. Councilman Barlow, on that item on the car wash there, I was down at Paul Sogg, the Architectural Library at UNLV, and I was reading a periodical on the made by the masonry or that. And they were saying that if you use a slump stone for the wall instead of the solid brick, that irregular surface diffuses the echo of that, and it's much quieter. So we might keep that in mind. Maybe they already know about it, but I just thought I'd bring that up. I'd like to thank the council for 2 things. Number one, that CAP, Citizens Academy of Planning, it was great. It really was. And I'll tell you, our staff, I mean, wow. I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again. We have the best staff of any city in the world, and I have been around, and I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. The second thing I'd like to thank you for is to put me on that trail committee, because I love the bicycles, trails. It goes right by my house, and Anthony Hodges told me I have to play nice, and I'll do that. There's two things that we need to end this. First of all, we need a clock up here. We don't have there's no clock up here, like in the old city council. We need that. And the last but not least, Dr. Jervik still hasn't got his photo out there in the plaza out there. And I keep bringing my wax pen, to draw the black Bart mustaches, and there's nothing there to draw. So we need to get his photo out there, and it sure be nice to get a
Wait a minute, Councilman Ross has a response to why Mr. Jervik's photo isn't out there.
There's a reason for that, Todd. Brad needs a haircut.
Hey, Todd, Mayor, if you don't, Todd, as they say, draw it and it will come. So go ahead and just draw the mustache.
And as for the clock, we will certainly pass that information on, but your words couldn't be better spoken. Thank you, Mr. Fagg, for the fabulous class you offered. I'm sure it's going to continue, and thank you for the appointment of this fine man to our committee that's going to be on this trail. And so we'll make sure that we know that you're there. We'll have plenty of trees. So moving on to Item 105, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? I am going to the right. Councilman Beers, we're starting with you. Moving on to Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two things. I have a fun thing and I have a not-so-fun thing, but I'll start with the fun thing first. This Friday, April 20th, at the ever-incredible Centennial Hills Amphitheater, we will be having our movie in the park. The movie is Puss in Boots. It is rated PG. It is being sponsored by H-Town Racing. So all you H-Town Racing fans want to come out there, H-Town Racing will have one of their race cars parked out there so the kids can climb around on them. And I know they've got some goodies to give out. The Sausage Fest will be our food vendor out there. Well, of course, we'll have Fire Engine 41 out there for the kids to climb on, unless they're called out to service. And hopefully, our good friends at Las Vegas Motor Speedway will be providing me with some goodies to give out to the kids and to the families. So that is Friday, April 20th. I imagine 7 p.m. or as soon as it gets dark enough to show the movie. You're all welcome, so please bring your blankets, your lawn chairs, and whatever food you'd like to eat. Hopefully we'll have some popcorn to hand out. Now, on a more serious note, of course, our never-ending relationship with Nevada Child Seekers and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. We do have a missing child this week as well. Her name is Madison Rogers. Madison Rogers is a 15-year-old young lady. She's 5'3", 125 pounds. She has brown hair, brown eyes. She was last seen around April 10th. And in the vicinity of Boylog Avenue. She was wearing black pants, a black shirt, black hoodie, and a black teal and teal flip-flops. She may be carrying a teal backpack. If you have any information regarding this young lady, please contact Nevada Child Seekers, 702-458-7099, or the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Missing Persons Unit, 702-828-3111. Thank you all very much.
And today is her 16th birthday.
And it is.
Do we ever hear back as they are found?
We do on occasion, Mayor. In fact, when Councilman
report
Wilson was
that?
doing this, he had a good return. I mean, they were finding the kids that he was showing on our city council days, and I think that's significant that we continue to do that.
So you'll find out?
Yep, we'll certainly find out, and Nevada Child Seekers will contact us and let us know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. If you live in the area of Cliff Shadows and Lone Mountain, which is the west end of Ward 4, I have some great news for you. Tomorrow, April 19th, which is a Thursday at 4 p.m., we're going to open Lone Mountain from Cliff Shadows to 215. If you live up in that area, which is the west end of Ward 4, it's actually west of 215. The only way to get into that very nice residential area is either Cheyenne or Alexander. Lone Mountain has been closed since that development was created because it belonged to BLM, and it was a haul route for the BLM or the gypsum plant that was up there. So there was no way to access that Cliff Shadows community on the north end. So I've been working very hard with BLM to get that road open, and we are going to open it tomorrow. And it's a pretty big deal. It was the construction improvements include site grading, drainage improvements, installation of earthen embankment and barrier rail safety structure, signage, striping, and they are improving the traffic signal upgrades at 215 and Lone Mountain. So tomorrow, Thursday, April 19th, 4 p.m., if you live up in that area, come out. We're going to have a ceremony at Lone Mountain and Shasta Blue Street. It'll be myself and Commissioner Larry Brown, and we're going to open up that road and give a third access point for the residents, for emergency personnel, police, fire, to get up into that area, and I think it's a great thing for the Cliff Shadows community. Thank you.
Congratulations. Very exciting. Balloons, I hope. All right, Councilman Barlow, although we have not heard a peep from you all day long, I think it's your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, May 3rd, once again, is my monthly Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks on the corner of Bonanza and Rancho. Please come out and join me May 3rd from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. for a conversation. Share with me your business ideas or anything that you would like to update me with. In addition to that, I would like to thank Starbucks for teaming up with me to do a community cleanup in conjunction with the Clean Ward 5 campaign that I established in 2007 when I was first elected. And Starbucks and 80 of their employees came out and volunteered their time on last Thursday to give back to the community. We repainted the red curbs in the Charleston Heights community neighborhood, as well as repainted all of the fire hydrants yellow and covered over a mile of graffiti on block walls throughout this community. The residents of Charleston Heights were very gracious to Starbucks and the Ward 5 team for coming out and selecting their community, their neighborhood, as the community service project for the month. And for that, I want to say, Starbucks, thank you so very much for being the Ward 5 community partner. In addition, if in fact there's any nonprofit agencies or corporate presence that you would like to give back to the community, Ward 5 has a number of community service projects. We will embrace you and welcome you to participate in the Clean Ward 5 campaign and community service outreach. With that, Rick and Debbie from the Charleston Heights neighborhood, Rick and Debbie Nelson, live on Santa Cruz. They would like to say great job to the Ward 5 team and thank you to Starbucks as well. This family came out and provided cookies and donuts for all of the volunteers, and once we were done with the cleanup, we had a pizza party in the Charleston Heights neighborhood park. So thank you. In addition to that, Wells Fargo is hosting an event, and I'm surprised that my colleague, Councilman Ross, did not mention this, but I'll go ahead and take the lead on this, Councilman. The Neighborhood Lift Program. The Neighborhood Lift Program is sponsored by Wells Fargo Bank, and this program is offering up to $15,000 of down payment assistance for families who earn up to $85,000 for working families. If you earn up to $85,000 and you're looking to purchase a home, please attend the event at the Riviera, May 4th and 5th. Wells Fargo is sponsoring, and you will have an opportunity to qualify for up to $15,000 of down payment assistance. One of the qualifiers to the down payment assistance of $15,000, the home in which you purchase must reside within the boundaries of the city of Las Vegas, and that's key. So if you're living in Henderson, North Las Vegas, Clark County, you're looking for a home, find a home within the boundaries of the city of Las Vegas, and you will have an opportunity to qualify for the $15,000 down payment assistance from Wells Fargo through their Neighborhood Lift program. Feel free to go on Wells Fargo's site. That site for the Neighborhood Lift is www.neighborhoodlift.com. And once again, their program will be taking place at the Riviera May 5th, starting at 10 a.m. in the morning, and I believe it goes to 7 p.m. that evening, but get there early. Also, for those residents looking to keep up with Ward 5 items, please go onto my website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5, and you can also follow me on Facebook and Twitter. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman?
You must never sleep.
Mayor, if I can add to
Yes.
Councilman, that information too is on the City of Las Vegas's website, lasvegasnevada.gov. It has to be your primary home, and there's opportunities to get into new mortgages through Wells Fargo as well. So I didn't neglect that. I was saving it for you. You hit it. You did it great.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just to echo the comments about this Wells Fargo move, this is pretty big, and I don't know whether they released it to the public yet or not, so you may have broken ground there. That's, it looks to me like it's more than just a PR move, that in fact it is a serious investment in the community, and I suppose all the banks are trying to make good on things they did bad. And Wells Fargo wasn't as bad as some others, but yet they seem to be taking the lead in trying to help restore confidence in the community, the banking community. And so, you know, I think it's a good thing, and people ought to go look for it because it is a real thing. In Ward 3, we have some exciting things happening. Well, National Healthcare Decision Day is tomorrow, and it's everywhere. And it's for all of us, and it's not just for elderly people that should consider making important decisions about their future. The future is closer than you think, of course, the older you get. I am approaching the 70th birthday in October, and I feel like I should be making important decisions. After all, you don't want your important decision to be made by a hospital administrator who might want an empty bed as opposed to you sitting there and taking up space. So I think, in all seriousness, we ought to be thinking about how we are cared for and how we may choose to leave.
Could we go on an upbeat to end this meeting, please? Do we have to talk about this? You're depressing
Well,
me.
I'll tell you what, Mayor, you know, you're not going to be there for a long time. This is
Holy
happening
mackerel!
This is happening at the East Las Vegas Community Center. I'll compare mine with yours. In any event, that's tomorrow morning, the 19th, so those of you who view this later may wish you did it, but in any event, Coroner Michael Murphy will be the keynote speaker. Now, that's really exciting. Nathan Addleston Hospice is co-sponsoring, as is the Senior Law Project, so I think you're going to find a lot of volunteers there to help people with advance directives, if you're not an attorney. I suggest that the chief attorney for the city of Las Vegas show up there and donate his time, too, tomorrow. And maybe he'll get a mustache while he's there. So that's tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at East Las Vegas Community Center on the corner of Eastern and Bonanza. Also, for those of you who are hoarders or who are married to a hoarder, Ward 3 is having a document shredding event in the parking lot of the Huntridge Theater. The Huntridge is a controversial corner. We have a furniture store that is desperately trying to get in the good graces of its community, and so it's being community activist now. So they're hosting a shredding event.
I'm going to check his pulse.
So if you have any
Are
of
you drinking
Oscar's
Bombay
old
Sapphire
checks,
over there without our knowing it?
now's a good time to get rid of any attorney's checks, Oscar's old checks, things he may have received, things he may have paid, that you don't want to put in the trash. This is a time when, if you want to make sure that it doesn't get in the wrong hands, you take it to a shredding event. I don't know why they come up with a title like event. It sort of sounds like something as opposed to, I don't know, a meeting. Anyway, shredding event will occur Saturday, May 5th. Mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen, 10 a.m. to noon. I will be there at the Huntridge Theater to look at your documents. Should you have anything valuable, I will tell you if it's valuable. I might even make an offer to buy it. I still have a license for that stuff. The limit of 5 boxes per vehicle. I don't want you throwing away anything valuable, but do not let your checks, your old checks, and personal documents go into the trash. Never do that. Bring them to the shredding event for Ward 3, the nationally known Ward 3, at the Huntridge Theater parking lot at the corner of Maryland Parkway and Charleston, Saturday, May 5th. And once again, hooray to James Shoshani for attempting to bring the great old famous drugstore back to life at the corner of Oakey and the Boulevard. White Cross will live again. Thank you.
Anyone else with any comment? Oh, my gosh, he's alive. He does now. He remembers.
Madam Mayor, I wasn't going to say anything until Senator Coffin talked about that shredding event, and I would like, if we could briefly have our Director of Public Safety, Karen Coyle, explain the potential dangers of someone like Councilman Coffin wearing a tie to a shredding event, because I've actually been around one such event where someone got their tie stuck in the shredder, and it is a scary thing to watch. Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Hopefully, Councilman, you have got professional shredders there, or Opportunity Village, so that nobody will end up with a necktie going down the shredder. Okay. Thank you. I think the day is really at a conclusion when these guys are getting like this. So anyway, hopefully Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian is doing fine, and we'll welcome her back. And we wish everybody a good week and a good weekend. And with no other comments or anybody wishing to be heard, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, and thank you, staff, for your patience as always. Thank you.